my declaration tomorrow. You can say 40 Zeker van de komende moeilijk.
Ja, maar jij zelf wordt het als ik voor dit ga je wel zo op. Als rechts hier voor. Nieuw? Dat is net. Goed hè? Dat is net die item van die CFO wat ambtenaren raak je op. Dat is niks anders. Dat is niks anders.
Ja, ik denk dus.
Morning, Councilor Martin. Moet je lachen? Ik heb toch voor die dag. Die was moeilijk laatst man. Dat is voor haar. Nee, ik eet die lijst. Ik zie het even, als je dat ga ik eigen. You're right, meisje. Dank je voor de goede dienst hier.
Sterkte niet is. Meneer Koens,
Morgen, speaker.
hoe gaat het met u?
Zie voorbij. Goed is ja.
Goed, dank je. En dan, hoe is dus?
Als de raad het Anneke wat voor alle dames.
Oh, wauw,
Raad het Anneke.
dat is mooi. Het is nog tijd. Het is vroeg.
Ja, het is laat speaker.
Nou,
Oeh, je horloge is weg.
huh?
Horloge is weg.
Kom staan omhoog. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. May I please ask for your attention for the Executive Mayor and Executive Deputy Mayor. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We all may be seated. Thank you. Once again, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the council meeting for August month. This morning, it is my honor to introduce Elder Joni Kibadu from the Christian Disciple Ministries, who's present this morning, and she will open our council meeting with scripture reading, meditation, and a prayer. A warm welcome to you, Elder Joni, and I now hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Goeiemôre, dankie speaker. Ek groet vanoggend. Ek groet die burgemeester. Goeiemôre, die speaker, al die raadslede. Councillor Boyce het vir my neergeskryf. Die MM en al die amptenare en almal teenwoordig vanoggend. Ek is 'n bietjie op my senuwees om in die teenwoordigheid van sulke geweldige mense te wees. Ek wil vanoggend met u saam lees. Dis my kortskrifetjie is in Genesis 17. Toe Vader vir Abraham geroep het. En ek dink baie van ons ken die gedeelte. Abraham was 99. Wow, is oud, nee, om geroep te word deur 'n leier. So in Vader se oë is daar nie ouderdom nie. Uit watter agtergrond het jy kom nie? Wie jy is, wat jou van is, waar jy bly, wie jou ouers is nie. Vader roep hierdie man vir Abraham op 99. Roep Vader hom as 'n leier. En ons ken as 'n ander een ook. Hy sê vir die Here, hy kom uit 'n klein volkie uit 'n klein familietjie uit. Hulle het skaars nie eens 'n vee nie. En die Here sê vir hom dapper held. Ek meen, hy maak al hierdie verskonings maar ek wil nie oor hom vanoggend praat nie. En toe Abraham 99 jaar oud was, het die Here aan Abraham verskyn en vir hom gesê: "Ek is God, die Almagtige, wandel voor my aangesig, dan sal jy opreg wees." Vader roep hier 'n man 99 jaar oud, byna 100. En Vader roep hom en hy sê vir hom dat hy voor hom moet wandel. Hy roep hom as 'n leier. Roep hy, en ek dink staan ek hier voor geweldige leiers van ons dorp. Mense met aansien. Ek het nie matriek gemaak nie. Ek wil net so kort CV van myself gee. Ek kom met Tarka uit, soos hulle gesê het, onderkralletjie. Dis bokralletjie en 'n onderkralletjie. Ek kom met onderkralletjie uit. En ek kan maar nou sê soos die ou gesê het, ek kom met 'n klein familie uit, klein huisie uit. Net een vertrekkie, bed, hangkas, nog 'n kassie is al. En dit was die meubels gewees. So God kyk na hierdie goed hier. Dis is nie vir hom 'n prioriteit. Hy kyk nie na dit nie. Hy roep hierdie man. En Abraham se eerste woorde wat hy vir hom sê, hy bedank hom, hy sê, maar het nou vir my al hierdie goed gegee, maar ek het dan nie eens 'n seun nie. Ek het nie 'n nasaat nie. En Vader vat hom uit en hy het hom buitekant toe gevat en hy sê vir hom: "Kyk of jy die sterre kan tel." Hy sê, "Ek gaan jou sterk nasie maak. Ek gaan jou buitengewoon gaan ek jou groot maak." Maar hy moes gehoorsaam gewees het. Hy moes getrou gewees het aan Vader. En ons het nie vandag as leiers sit ons hier en ek het so 'n paar goedjies het ek hier neergeskryf. En wat Vader van my en van u, ons wat leiers is, is miskien as jy getroud is jy 'n leier in die huis. U neem leiding as pappa. As jy 'n ma is mamma in die huis, u neem leiding. Die kinders kom vra vir mamma vir brood, hulle vra nie vir pappa nie. Pa is die ou wat die voorsiening doen. Hy sê, ou wat die brood miskien op die tafel sit, mamma werk nie, maar ons is almal leiers in eie reg. En as leiers, om hierdie dorp voorspoedig te kan sien, is ons vanmôre gekoppel aan hierdie skrifgedeelte. Vader sê vir Abraham, wandel voor my, in alle opregtheid, in integriteit, in eerlikheid, in waardigheid. En mense kyk na ons, en mense skep daai verwagting, dat wat ons vir hulle gaan gee, en baie keer maak ons die fout, dan beloof ons mense, moenie worry nie, ek gaan na jou kyk, en ek wil vanoggend, is regtig my pleidooi vanoggend, as ek en u reg voor mense wandel, as ons in alle opregtheid voor hom wandel, as ons in integriteit is ons maar net 'n mooi woord vir goeie maniere, vir mooi maniere. En ek dink in die dag wat ons lewe, het hy bietjie vaag kom word. Ons kinders het nie meer mooi maniere nie. Ons kinders soek na goeie en opregte leiers soek ons kinders na. As ons kyk na die skole, elke naweek is 'n moord. En kinders, mense het 'n leier nodig. Ons dorp het vaders nodig. Hulle het mense nodig na wie hulle kan opkyk, wat reguit loop. Nou sê die Bybel, ons moet nie krompaaie met ons voete maak nie. Dit wil sê, my ja moet ja wees, en my nee moet nee wees. Maar ons maak beloftes aan mense. Iemand vra op, 'n hele paar jaar terug, vra iemand vir my, kom die een en die een vra, ek vir een R50 het om te leen nie. En ek hy sê, met ek geld nie, ek het niks geld nie. En ek sê vir die persoon, ek het nie geld nie. En ek kom met 'n geselskap met iemand en die persoon sê vir my, en ons vertel nou vir die persoon, jene, van die een wat vir my gee, ek het nie geld gehad nie, toe sê vir my, nou wil ek vandag vir jou ietsie leer, moenie sê jy het nie. Sê as jy het, maar jy het net nie nou nie. En ek sê toe vir die persoon kom toe weer terug. Of ander een, en ek sê toe vir die persoon, ek het nie, ek het nou nie, maar ek het. Toe kom die persoon die middag terug. Is dit jou nie nou vir my reg? Sy het net gesê, sy jou nie het. Ek sê my skapie, om het nou so vir jou te sê, ek het nie geld nie. Ek sit te wag, dat Vader eers in iemand se hart werk om vir my te gee. Ek sê, want hy rig mense op. En hy berei mense lang voor die tyd voor, om vir jou te kan gee. En hy sê, maar kan ek later kom? Ek sê, ek dink kom môre. En Vader het toe gevoorsien, toe die persoon kom, maar ons maak beloftes. Ons maak leebeloftes. Al wat ons moet doen, is om reguit te loop. As in alle opregtheid voor mense te loop. Net so opreg ons in ons huise is, moet ons in die gemeenskap, moet ons reg, want hulle soek leiers. En die generasie wat nou daar is, hierdie kinders soek leiers. Hulle soek vaders na wie hulle kan opkyk. En baie kinders, vaders is daar, maar hulle is afwesig, hulle is nie daar nie. Hulle is binne in die huis, maar hulle is nie daar nie. En ek dink kinders wat uit huis uitkom waar 'n pappa is, as jy sien die kind se leefwyse, en dan is dit skrikwekkend. Ek verlede week, ek het gehuil, ek het my hart uitgestort voor die Here, toe die kinders 'n laerskool, dat hulle die polisie moes inbring, om die kinders, soos ons nou sê, te skud, vir dwelms. Ek dink, Here, in my dag het hierdie goed nie gebeur nie. In my dag het hierdie goed nooit gebeur nie. Toe ek skool gegaan het nie, en toe u skool gegaan het nie. En mense, vandag wil ek vir u sê, mens, as daar fout kom in die dorp, dan lê die mense die goed voor die polisie se deur. Waar is die polisie? Hulle lê die goed voor die municipaliteit se deur. Die municipaliteit het niks daarmee te doen nie. Die polisie het niks daarmee te doen nie. As ek 'n leier in my huis is, mense sê die godsdienst moet weer terugkom. By die skole, ek stem daarmee saam. Maar waar moet die kind eerste die woord hoor? Waar moet hulle hoor die moeds en die moenies? Binne in die huis. By my en by papa moet hulle dit hoor. Dis die eerste leiers wat aan die kind blootgestel word. Dis ons in die huis. En vandag wil ek sê, moenie leebeloftes aan mense maak nie. Wat nie nagekom kan word nie. Mense sit dergelike goed op social media oor die een wat dit uitgedeel het en die wat dit uitgedeel het en sulke tipe goed. Al wat ons moet doen, al wat ek en u moet doen, en is opregtheid, integriteit, en eerlikheid, en waardigheid voor die mense te wandel. Die ander goed sit Vader by. Hy sê, soek eers die koninkryk van God en sy geregtigheid. En alle ander goed sê die Bybel, sal hy vir ons byvoeg. Ek het net hier geskryf. Die engel sê, hy sê vir Abraham, walk before me blameless. Blameless sê vir hom. En blameless beteken moral integrity. A life accordance with God's will, free from guilt in God's eyes and the eyes of people. Dat ons sy skuld gevoel het. Ek het dinge dit beloof en ek kan dit nie gee nie. Al wat ons moet doen, is in opregtheid voor Vader te wandel. En Vader sluit hy covenant. Hy sluit hy verbond met Abraham. En hy sê, as jy hierdie goeders doen, gaan ek vir jou gee. Jy gaan kinders hê, jy gaan familie hê. Hy sê, soos jy uitspanser, jy sal hulle nie kan tel nie. Sterre kan ons nie tel nie. God gaan ons buitengewoon, gaan God jou vermeerder, gaan hy jou vergroot. Jy gaan gesag kan afdwing, en ons moet dit kan doen. En ongelukkig baie keer, ons loop verkeerd. En dis waarom mense nie respek vir ons het nie, vir ons as leiers van die dorp nie. Mense nie vir ons respek nie. En mense sê, ons beloof hulle en ons kom nie ons beloftes na nie. Maar al my woord vandag is, hy het vir Abraham gesê, loop voor my uit, maar loop reguit. Dis die plein, dis die nuwe vertaling wat sê, hy sê loop reguit. Om reguit te loop, om die ompaaie te maak, om die kronkeldraaie te maak, in alle opregtheid, integriteit, en opregtheid voor hom te wandel. Wees altyd eerlik en deursigtig. Handhaaf konsekwent hoe ethiese waarde of statusse. Wees verantwoordelik vir jou dade en jou besluite. Integriteit is nie net 'n eienskap nie, maar dis 'n leefwyse wat voortdurend beoefen moet word. Dis wat integriteit is. En ek sal dit vandag af. En ek dink dis miskien nie wat u vanoggend wou gehoor het nie. Maar ons moet integriteit met ons wandel voor mense. En opregtheid en eerlikheid. Eerlike woord gee. Om nie mense te bedrieg nie. En ek weet vanoggend die mense met wie ek praat is nie vanoggend hier nie. Hulle is daar buite, maar gee dit maar nou vir u vanoggend. Van die mense wat nie opreg is, hulle is nie vanoggend hier nie. Hulle wat nie eerlik is, hulle is daar buite. Maar ek gee dit maar ook net vir u as 'n waarskuwing vanoggend. En opregte wandel. Kom ons bid saam. Vader, ons dankie vir oggend. Ek dank die Here vir hierdie huis. Ek dank U vir oggend vir die geleentheid wat ek het, Here. Vader, is die gebed van my hart vir hierdie leiers wat hier voor my sit, Here. Ek bid vir oggend vir elkeen afsonderlik. Ek bid, Vader, Here, vir hulle eie huishoudings, vir hulle as leier instaan, Here. Ek bid vir oggend, Vader, U het gesê, ons moet dit opregtheid met ons wandel, integriteit, Here. En ek bid vir oggend, Here, dat hierdie waardes, hierdie morele waardes weer terug sal kom in ons huise, in ons gemeenskap, Here. Dat ons weer in opregtheid voor U sal wandel. Vergewe ons vanoggend, Here, as ons kronkeldraaie gemaak het, as ons verkeerd gehandel en gewandel het, Here. As ons mense bedrieg het, dan kom ek, Here, en ek kom, Here, soos Mossel voor die volk gekom het. Vergewe ons vanoggend. Vergewe ons, Here, as ons verkeerd gedoen het. En ek bid vanoggend, Here, was ons vanoggend in die bloed van die lam. In Jesus naam, seën hierdie vergadering, Here. Seën elke man en vrou in hierdie vergadering. Seën vanoggend die burgemeester, Here. In Jesus naam. En ek sê vanoggend vir die baie dankie. Vader Here, die vooruitsig van hierdie dorp is in ons almal se hande. Is nie in een man se hand nie, Here, maar is ons almal se hande, Here. En daarom is die gebed van my hart vanoggend, Here. Vader Here, dat ons ingenut, ingelid, ingehak in mekaar sal wees, Here. Ons verskille van môre, Here, uitgooi. Vader Here, vanoggend saam staan as een man om hierdie dorp, Here, 'n suksesvolle dorp te maak, Here, in Jesus naam. Ek sê vanoggend vir die Here baie dankie. Amen. Baie dankie vir die geleentheid.
Thank you very much, Elder Joni. Let me take this opportunity to say that you've spoken like a true mother to us this morning. One should never speak of the word. And I also would like to thank you for reminding the Mossel Bay Council that it's important that we need to ensure that we walk on and in around. All of us around the table, I thank you again. It's important done so through the word. And I would like to Mining Council this morning. I would like to invite you to join the council. Take a seat in the gallery should you wish to. Also have a look in the community. A point to excuse you. Thank you very much. The mayor will see you off. Thank you. Upon the executive deputy. Before we start, thank you, who's for blessing me and all the female councillors with these beautiful roses. Wie was so oulik? So, the council's representative on the Salga Women Commission, she's the chairperson of the province. Councillor Annie, thank you very much for the gesture. I think, kos gee vir haar 'n klap. Ek dink is baie spesiaal. Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, Municipal Manager, all members of council, our directors present, our support staff, our sign language interpreter, Ronel, our administrator, Eunice, and the team, our newly appointed in language interpreter, Mr. Arthur Oliphant, members of the public in the gallery, and those who are joining us virtually. Warm welcome to the council meeting of August. Our attendance register is circulating, my apologies. Please kindly do ensure that you sign. I'm then on Romans 3 of our agenda this morning. Applications for leave of absence. Councillor van Dijk.
Speaker, jammer om gou in te chip soos hulle sê, maar daar's klagtes van die publiek daar buite dat hulle ons bitter sleg hoor. So ek weet nie of daar 'n tegniese foutjie is op hierdie stadium nie.
Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. I would then just like to request our technical team, Mandla. There's a complaint from the public who's joining virtually that the sound is not that good or adequate. Can you please see what seems to be the problem? Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Leave of absence. I, this morning at 6:30 to Ronel, received apologies for Councillor Gwaza, who fell ill during the course of the night, and then Councillor Porter, who unfortunately is not able to make it this morning. So those are our two apologies that I would like to request be recorded, and then all other councillors are present. Thank you very much indeed. Roman 4 on our agenda The disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 7, Code of Conduct for Councillors, in terms of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 2000. Is there any member of council who wishes to disclose interest on the items on the agenda? I see the light of Councillor Coetzee. May I proceed? Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, on item E256-08, I would like to please make apology.
Morning, Councillor Coetzee, noted and recorded. Thank you very much. Roman 5, Councillor Van Dijk, I see your light.
Speaker, if I may also indulge, item E255 of 8/2025, I will also be excusing myself on that item. Thank you, Speaker.
Good morning, Councillor Van Dijk. Once again, thank you very much. Noted and recorded as such. Roman 5, disclosure of benefits. In terms of Schedule 2, Section 5 for the Code of Conduct for Officials of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000. Municipal Manager.
Thank you, Speaker. The CFO will excuse himself at item E250, Speaker. Okay.
Thank you very much. It is recorded as such. We then move to Roman 6 on our agenda, which is the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. The minutes of the special council meeting that was held on Wednesday, the 30th of July, 2025, with folio numbers 1652A to 1657N. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose the minutes.
Thank you very much, Alderman Delamain. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor Van Dijk will
Thank you
second.
very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Any corrections from those minutes? None, we move. Minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, the 31st of July, 2025, with folio numbers 16570 to 1987. Can I have a proposal, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor Van Dijk will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the minutes.
Thank you very much, Alderman Delamain. Is there any corrections from those specific minutes? None, we move. Roman 7. Cognizance of the executive mayors and deputy executive mayors resolutions in terms of their delegated authority as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government, the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. Before councils, the following items: FC 45 to FC 53, G39 to G44, items CS 63 to CS 74, items PE 99 to PE 112, items T37 to T41, items CG 29 to CG 32, items E220, and in UBs 43 to UB 49. Can I have a proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose all those items.
Thank you very much, Alderman Delamain, proposing for cognizance. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second and support my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Councillor Van Dijk, very much. I see no light, we move. Romans 8, cognizance of our municipal manager's resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per our council resolution E215 of August 2024, as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government. This is the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. Before councils, the items GM39 to GM44. Can I please ask for a proposal for council to take cognizance?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. Councillor Van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain, thank you very much. Any issues from those items? I see no light, we move. We are then at Roman 9 and are now hand over to our Executive Mayor to address Council for his communications. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody in the House or Council chambers. As we draw closer to 2025, I'm proud mayor of town that is continuing to drive service delivery excellence, Speaker, and I'm just going to reflect on a few things and successes we're busy with. So yesterday morning we've opened the Flay Street infrastructure project with 10 million rand. And I also want to thank Director Naidu and Councillor Delamain, who's the chairperson or alderman, for their dedication and leadership. We are a fast-growing town, and with that, we appreciate the forward thinking of the leadership of this town. Council and the administration, you and your staff, and also the rollout and implementation of infrastructure to cope with this growth. Then also, as we wrap up Women's Month, we continue to call for leading local women doing good work in the economy, government, environment, safety and social regeneration to nominate themselves. We've received a few nominations so far, Speaker, but we are still looking for more women to be nominated for the Mayoral Women Make a Difference initiative. The initiative aims to recognize and celebrate local women who help to keep Mossel Bay on the go. As we head into Heritage Month, we have also kicked off the Mossel Bay Art Month, which will see local artists, musicians, performers, and other arts and culture groups in all 12 of our dorpies of Mossel Bay, showcasing why Mossel Bay is the next great cultural hub for the Garden Route. Then the Mossel Bay Sports Festival, which has grown to include close to 60 sporting codes, is also upon us. And I encourage residents and visitors to Mossel Bay, of Mossel Bay, to go out and to support the sport as diverse as klaverjas, gymnastics, karate, rugby, hockey, and so forth. And at this point, Speaker, I can also make mention of the fact that this is a festival backed by the Director Nell and her team, our administrative staff. This sports festival has been coming on for various years, and yeah, this is one of our flagship events, and we also are thankful of the private sector, sporting codes, clubs buying in. And thank you very much. It's not the job of our administrative staff to arrange sporting events, but they do that and they do it well, so thank you very much. And obviously the idea is to grow sport awareness. It's important that we keep our youth busy, and we also know that sport unifies us, so thank you very much for that. And obviously there's a financial benefit also to our town with all the sporting teams and different codes coming to our town, enjoying what we've got to offer. During the sports festival, I also look forward to the Mayoral Golf Day, which will be part of the sports festival. This is one of the most successful fundraising projects for the Mayoral Fund, and this is now our 7th year. And once again, also thank you very much to Renel. Renel, baie dankie. Thank you very much for all the hard work that goes in here, and also all the new innovative ideas that you come up with every year to keep it interesting. Thank you very much. And all the teams sold out, and yeah, so it's going to be a very successful day, and we're looking forward to that. Then the Mayoral Golf Day will take place on Friday, 12 September 2025, and promises to be a big event, as I've mentioned. Then the 7th Mayoral Breakfast will also be taking place on Tuesday, 28 October 2025 at the Mossel Bay Golf Club. And the speaker will be, our keynote speaker will be Dr. Tiens Elof. And I also want to thank you and your staff, and also councillors, Councillor Gous from the opposition, even various other councillors, my own team. Thank you very much for supporting these initiatives. My office are also continuously busy with fundraising projects. So it's a breakfast, it's quick, it's not that expensive, and obviously the profit's also not that big. Last time around, I think we made 8,000 Rand profit. But colleagues that assist us, we get on a daily basis requests from the community, from children who cannot afford to go to sporting events. And this money, obviously, in terms of the council policy, we make donations towards the community, warehouses burned down for food assistance, and so forth. So the money that we contribute go towards helping those in need. So thank you very much for the support also from our community. With our previous breakfast, we sold out, we were full. And thank you also to my staff, Aiden especially, he's driving that, and Willie and and Serene also assisting. Thank you very much for that. It's also not their job, but they do it joyfully. Thank you very much. And then thank you to Council, administration, and most importantly, our residents for continuing to work with us to build a Mossel Bay that works, a Mossel Bay that succeeds, and most importantly, a Mossel Bay that cares. Thank you, Speaker.
Indeed, thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for sharing your communications and updating Council on important things that have happened over the past month. And then also on behalf of Council, thank you very much for your strategic leadership and direction for our municipality. Also much proud to have you as Mayor. Thank you very much. That then brings me to the communications of the Speaker. And we have a number of things which include awards and over also this morning. But before we get to that, let me first take this opportunity to congratulate Alderman Delamain, who celebrated his birthday on the 14th of August. Councillor, wishing you all the best, good success, great health. And thank you very much for your contribution to the Council and Municipality. Ek die koek gekry nou sal seker later hê, né? Goed. Then, councillors, sadly, we also this morning have a list, a 2-pager of residents from our beautiful town who have sadly passed on. And I would now like to ask Council and the members in the gallery to please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. You may be seated. Just give me 1 second, just need to get all my paperwork correct here and in order. Ja, Carla het dit so vir my gemerk. Ek is reg, dankie. Council members, this morning it is my honor on behalf of Council to acknowledge Mr. Bertie Supra this morning. The Executive Mayor and Council of Mossel Bay are honored this morning to bestow the Mayoral Award upon Mr. Bertie Supra in recognition of his exemplary and enduring contribution to the development and governance of the built environment within our municipality. Throughout his distinguished career, both as building inspector and subsequently as head of building control, Mr. Supra has demonstrated an exceptional standard of professional integrity, technical acumen, and principled leadership, everything that Elder Joni spoke about to us this morning. His meticulous oversight and unwavering commitment to public safety have ensured that the infrastructure of Mossel Bay has been shaped not only with precision but with profound care for the community it serves. Mr. Supra's legacy is evident in the caliber of the team he mentored, many of whom have continued to uphold the values he instilled: diligence, accountability, and innovation. His reputation as a trusted authority and a compassionate colleague has earned him the respect of peers and residents alike. Even in retirement, Mr. Supra remains a valued contributor, generously offering his expertise to strategic municipal projects and supporting staff with the very same dedication that defined his years of service to our iconic Mossel Bay. His continued involvement is a testament of his enduring bond with Mossel Bay and his unwavering belief in its potential. The impact of Mr. Supra's work transcends the physical structures he helped to regulate. It is reflected in the confidence of a community built upon the principles he championed. His legacy is one of excellence, service, vision, a legacy that will inspire future generations of municipal employees. It is this morning with deep appreciation and sincere admiration that the Council recognizes Mr. Bertie Supra's outstanding service. His contribution stands as a beacon of civic virtue and professional excellence. I would therefore now like to call upon the Executive Mayor, the Municipal Manager, the Director, Mr. Venter, the Deputy Mayor as Portfolio Chairperson, and Mr. Supra to come to the front to receive the Mayoral Honorary Award. Kan ons vir hom 'n hande klap gee, raadslede? Mr. Prince, hy gaan 'n fyn kry, man.
Ek klap anders met.
Sit af, hy ding. Ha? Wie is dit? Is julle seker? Nou, wat gebeur nou? Die derde een. Wat se bly? Den Emmy mag my altyd in mekaar vanoggend. Ja, ek gaan nie weer opstaan, net so vir my. Ja, bietjie. Ja, asseblief, mens net so daar by pilaar. Thank you very much. I would now like to request in terms of Rule 5.4 that our Portfolio Chairperson for Community Safety, Councillor Van Dijk, move to the front and be granted the opportunity to present certificates of long service recognition from IMS Western Cape to 5 of our officials. He will be joined by the Executive Mayor and the Acting Director, Is it Mr.
Williamson.
Mr. Williamson? Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Anna. Nee, ons moet eers lees wat ons voorgee, dan klap ons hande. Maar dankie raadslid Boeddha dat jy wil hande klap. Trots. We are acknowledging our officials in the Community Safety Department that have served with distinction over many, many years. Our first recipient this morning is Joanita Jansen for service of 30 years. Ons kan nou aan 'n klap raadslid Boeddha. Very well done, and thank you, Joanita, for your service and your commitment to the municipality and the community at large. It's Council's privilege to acknowledge you this morning. Thank you very much, Joanita. We then now call upon Mr. Brian Simpson, who has also served within the Community Safety Department for 30 years. A round hand of applause to Mr. Simpson. Very well done, Mr. Brian, and thank you for your commitment to the municipality and our beautiful town. Thank you very much. Our third recipient is Bryony James for 35 years service in the Community Safety Directorate. Well done. Kyk hoe pragtig lyk sy. Ja, almal het mooi gelyk, maar ons kan haar uitsonder. Ja, raadslid, van Dijk, jy lyk, jou suit is pragtig. 35 years is a long time. Thank you for your dedication. As wat raadslid Boysen so baie. Well done. Our fourth recipient is Mr. Adrian Kearns, also with a 35 years service in the Community Safety Directorate. Well done. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kearns. And then our last recipient is Mr. Dudley October, also with a 35 years service. Well done and thank you very much, Dudley. Meneer Dudley October wat net so pragtige suit aan soos sy voorsitter. Ja. Well done. Thank you very much. Well done, Dudley. I would now like to ask the recipients to Municipal Manager, if you can please also stand up to move to the foyer of the Mayor for a group photo and the MM will join. You have 2 minutes for this task. It's not a coffee break. It's not a smoke break. After 2 minutes, we will convene. It's merely a photo session for the awards recipients. Baie dankie. Moet die kommerie, ons gaan koffie inwerk, Councillor Budawa. Yeah, we're going to have a coffee break today. I've made provision for that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Municipal Manager, Executive Mayor. We will now reconvene councillors, and I would like to afford Mr. A. van der Walt an opportunity in terms of Rule 37 of the Rules of Order to make a presentation to Council with regard to the envisaged campus further development before we start with the official agenda of Council. So I would now hand over to Mr. van der Walt. Thank you very much. You can just move. Okay, thank you. Ja, ek kan nie die liggie druk en voortgaan. Baie dankie.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to enlighten Council on our activities, which have been ongoing for the last 4 years. A lot of it happened in a stealthy way, I suppose, because we had to reach far around the globe to get the right team together to do this in a professional way. My name is Andre van der Walt. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of St. Blaise. And St. Blaise is an economic development organization looking to develop Campus Vert. Campus Vert, which Vert is a French translation, is green. And what we are doing is we are creating a sustainable net zero development of 200,000 square meters of office space on 120 hectares of land. Ultimately, we will aim to facilitate sustainable jobs on this campus for 25,000 people. The model basically is that all our clients, all people that take a space on our campus, will be large international organizations which have an ESG, an environmental, social, and governance mandate internationally to do so. ESG space around the world is difficult to find, because very difficult to be a true ESG operator if you have to retrofit anything. And we are working on obviously building from scratch, and the very crux of our development is that we would like to aspire to become a net zero environment. So no emissions on this campus. The campus is large, and the aspiration is a serious one. But we've been working on this for 4 years, and we've also been working with executives from the Mossel Bay Municipality on the last 4 years. We have on the property, we have got EI approval. We did get municipal approvals on the land, and we are currently in the second and third round of investment facilitation on this. This is a 19.5 billion rand development. This will happen over 4 phases, and phase 1 will be about 50,000 square meters and will provide jobs for about 5,500 people. And this will open either towards the end of 2026 or the first quarter of 2027. So this is not far in the distance, but there's a lot of hard work that's developing. Because of the sustainability focus, we have lent very, very heavily on Sweden as a country to support us. We are a very Swedish-centric product, and organizations like Volvo, Volvo Cars, Volvo Trucks, Volvo Buses, etc., they're all part of our team. ABB, which is a large Swedish-Swiss electrification organization, they're responsible for the electrification on the campus as well as the EV electrification charging hubs, not only on the campus but also other critical parts of Mossel Bay and further afield, like George Airport, for instance, etc. The interesting thing is that on this campus, we will only allow electric vehicles. There will be no diesel or petrol vehicles operating on this campus. And even for the staff will take electric buses from outside of the campus onto the campus. All the transport on the campus will be by autonomous vehicles, for instance, passenger vehicles, which will cart people around. Obviously, with time, more and more people will invest in electric vehicles, and they can park on the campus and they can operate there. There will be a retail component for people on the campus. Because of our demographics, which are people between the age of 19 and 30, 70% of those will probably be ladies, and 70% of those ladies will have a child or children, but not necessarily a husband or a partner. So we took it upon us to support those people from day one. And to do that properly, we are opening up a 1,000 square meter, fully fledged medical center with general practitioner, dentists, doctors, but also specialists, gynecologists, psychologists, etc., on the campus itself for the people working on the campus. The other piece of support is that on education, we are opening an early learning center for children between the age of 0 and 6 years old on the campus. And we are proud to report that we have collaborated with the Finnish education system, which is rated the best education system in the world. We will continue with the educational process in a primary school and high school, but that will happen on following areas where we will create housing and so on for the future, the residential area of the future, etc. Because we are so Swedish-centric, because we work so hand in hand with top large Swedish organization, and Volvo's head office, for instance, is in Gothenburg in Sweden, which is rated the city with the greenest destination in the world. Because we have had so many dealings with them, and you know, I've been listening to you speaker, everybody else this morning, with regard to the quality of Mossel Bay Municipality and the pride that there is with Mossel Bay Municipality. But you know, I'm not part of the municipality, but I fly the Mossel Bay flag wherever I go in the world. And because of the status of Mossel Bay Municipality as, you know, one of the best municipalities in South Africa, and you know, your governance, which are so good and well recognized, etc. All of us on this project, us included, Volvo, ABB, everybody, they are very, very compliant when it comes to governance. Because of that, Business Region Gothenburg, which is kind of the marketing arm of the Gothenburg City Council, through our facilitation, have extended the possibility that Gothenburg Municipality, that's the greenest destination in the world, can help Mossel Bay Municipality to become the greenest destination in Africa. And to do that, there is a very, very specific process. If you look at the innovation that's happening in Gothenburg, which is absolutely amazing, that can actually come to Mossel Bay. This is not a twinning arrangement that we're talking about. This is more a strategic collaboration where physically we can take what makes Gothenburg the greenest city and extend that to Mossel Bay and help Mossel Bay become the greenest city in Africa. We would like the mayor of Mossel Bay and the municipal manager of Mossel Bay to travel to Gothenburg, to meet with the mayor of Gothenburg, with the municipal manager of Gothenburg, and with the executive councils of outward and inward investments, etc. Because it's very important that we possibly can extend and form that relationship between the two top cities. Mossel Bay already has the compliance bit in its pocket. They are recognized for being very good when it comes to governance. The environmental side, I think the heart is there. I think everybody around this table would like a greener city, etc. On the social side, we're not talking about corporate social responsibility. We're talking about living for the people that we're. You've recognized this morning people that have spent 30, 35 years in your service. We want to treat people the best that we can. We want to make sure that people have the best opportunities that they can. And that's why we are tackling a child from 1 month in our early learning center, and hopefully that person can finish a matric at the end of the day in a Finnish high school with 6 A's in matric, and the Finnish can actually look after that person and make sure that that person has got the best tertiary education in the world. We are a development organization, and that is what is important for us to understand. This is not a jolly for the mayor and municipal manager to go to Gothenburg, etc. This is a working trip. And at the end of the day, yes, there's some money maybe to be spent on travel, but the return could be billions of dollars in green investment into Mossel Bay. And I think we need to do that. Madam Speaker, I know I don't have a lot of time, but I just want to extend, because I'm also conscious to the fact that I'm going to leave a lot of people with lots of questions which I can't straight away answer. But if council so please, I'm very happy to, outside of this council in a different format, to present the entire process to council and have a question and answer session so that people can really understand what we're trying to do. Because I'm trying to ram 4 years worth of work into 20 minutes, which is slightly a slight challenge. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. van der Walt, for your comprehensive report around your envisaged project that you've been busy with over the 4 years. I think you have today possibly sparked something amongst a lot of councillors, because the update is indeed welcome. Then council, of course, note the invitation extended to the leadership. And then I'm definitely happy to take up the proposal for a follow-up session where we would have adequate time to engage should councillors, because I do believe they probably might have questions around this project. However, I am going to allow very briefly, if there is any councillor, the mayor, the MM, who wishes to just perhaps question of clarity or just a comment, I will allow just once. So please, councillors, if we can just have discipline in terms of that, because we do have a lengthy agenda also, Mr. van der Walt. I'm not going to put you on the spot or under pressure. I will definitely ensure that together with the MM we facilitate such a session with the council, either at a committee meeting or a separate session. I see the light of Councillor Gous. Councillor Gous.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Through you, I'd like to thank, is it Mr. van der Walt?
Mr. van der Walt, yes.
For your quick presentation. I could see you were speaking from the heart, so it's obviously something you're passionate about and believe in. So I thank you for coming and presenting it to us. I do have two questions. Please don't think I'm being antagonistic. I do care about my community, and I particularly care about children. So I'd like to know your model, the diversity, equity model of hiring, the DEI model. Do you subscribe to that? And secondly, the schools that you're proposing, will that be in line with the curriculum of South African schools, or what kind of curriculum will the children be taught? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Mr. van der Walt, if you're comfortable and you can happily respond. Just press the light for me, please. Thank you so much. There you go.
We do follow a curriculum which incorporates the South African focus but the majority of the curriculum is a Finnish curriculum, and the reason why we do that is because the Finnish has proven that they have one of the best education models in the world. We are very inclusive. We do respect the laws of South Africa, and we respect the values that comes with education in South Africa. But we would like to make available the best possible platform for growth. And we will work with the South African authorities to make that happen as well. Yes, we're very much involved in the entire process, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Gous. If you can give the light, can you just press off for me, please? Councillor Gous, very briefly.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what I'm asking is what we've seen in America with the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion hiring policy, that mandate. Is that going to be imposed in Mossel Bay via this project as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. van der Walt. Executive Mayor, I'll give you the opportunity now.
I think what I would like to be, that's not an easy answer. I think what I would like is maybe to take that offline. Very happy to engage.
Indeed.
And so forth. Yeah.
Not a problem, Mr. van der Walt. Thank you very much. The Mayor is going to be the last speaker before we then conclude the session and move forward. May I please ask you to just press off your light? Thank you so much. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Mr. van der Walt for choosing Mossel Bay. He's not from Mossel Bay. Andre, I think you grew up in George, and then he's been overseas many years. And it is true, he's been working or trying to get this project off the ground for many years. Initially, there was talks about industrial development zone, which I know he engaged with the Premier's office, with Transnet, with various other stakeholders. I know that Andre for this project also many times already went overseas. So, and then he started the Camp St. Blaise company. And at that stage, we were looking at a possibility of municipal land. And he decided that the process is going to be too cumbersome and lengthy. So he got his own land, did his EIAs and so on. And as a business person, you're asking him political questions, Councillor Gous. So yeah, he's obviously, as you mentioned, a business person. And at various times he brought investors to the town and asked us to come and welcome them and so on. And I've met various of them, big construction companies, representatives. He's been here in Mossel Bay, international architects and so on. So I want to thank you, Andre, for investing in our town and believing that it can work here. And then obviously he's asked me, Speaker, quite a few times already to go to Gothenburg. I've never been overseas, Speaker, and Councillor
Yes.
Kutsia can attest that I stopped serving on the Federal Council because I must fly to Johannesburg all the time, so I don't like flying that much, and
Me
so on.
too.
So I've declined on various occasions. And then the last time around, I know him and MM had an engagement, and then the request was again there. And there is an argument to be made that there's a possibility of good investment. Each and every time I've asked him, what am I going to bring back? It's going to be tangible, because at this stage we've just raised the municipal taxes, and I'm quite aware of the fact that I don't want to travel around the world, and it might politically be used against me, and I know it's sensitive. I mean, I must also pay more taxes. So I don't want to waste the ratepayers' money, to be upfront with that. But at this stage, that's why we brought this to council. Let council take that decision. I don't want to come to council and ask you to go overseas. If the support from council is there, and obviously I think we should allow Mr. Van der Walt to do the proper presentation so that everybody can understand exactly what he's busy with, who's the partners, where's the land, and so on, that everybody can ask the questions. But yeah, it is really a project that he's been spending many, many hours off and on. I don't know what it's cost him. It must have been a lot. But at this stage, I like the idea of creating a green zone in our town, and I would like also to become Mossel Bay to become a greener town. We've established the Environment Forum, and we're really trying to work hard and to become greener and to look after our environment and to be sustainable doing that. And obviously there's various opportunities as well, and I think Mr. Van der Walt can explain that to us when we've got the workshop. There's a specific reason, except for caring for the environment. There's obviously initiatives that we can leverage on. And I know worldwide they're looking for these kind of investments which can be made. And with the lack of support for, let's say the lack, by America at this stage, I know it's important that we start looking at other venues for possible assistance. And I know that Europe at this stage, they're quite friendly to us. I've seen also that the President mustered some investment from them. But yeah, that's just a few thoughts, Speaker. But from my side, I don't want to speak too long, but I did not also want to miss the opportunity to thank him for his foresightedness and the fact that him and his team are willing to develop in our town, and for spending a lot of energy and time trying to get this opportunity off the ground. And I think the main aim at the end of the day will definitely be the amount of people that they are looking to employ. Thank you, Speaker.
Indeed, thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillors, I then rule that through the Office of the MM, we will arrange for a work session where Mr. Van der Walt will do an additional follow-up session with Council. Let me also take this opportunity. This week, I was privileged enough to engage our business chamber at a networking session, and I also confirmed the Mossel Bay Municipality as a government believing in partnerships. We are indeed innovative, and for our town to progress, we understand that we need partners such as yourself. So thank you very much for choosing Mossel Bay. And I wish you also well and all the best with the plannings and everything that you and your team still needs to do. On that note, you are excused, and have a blessed day. Thank you, Mr. Van der Walt. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on Romans 10 of the agenda, which is written questions. Municipal Manager, Executive Mayor, can you please confirm if there are any questions that has been received?
None on my side, Speaker.
None from the Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Municipal Manager.
Speaker, we received from Councillor Gous. I can say that some has been answered, but some hasn't been answered. And the reason for that is not that we don't want to give the answers, because our personnel are busy with the annual financial statement, quite under pressure. We will send the answers as soon as we can. Yeah.
Indeed, thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Then rule that the the administration will attend to the outstanding questions, answers for Councillor Gous. That brings us then to our agenda for this morning. I see the light of Council Whip. You may proceed. Thank you very much, Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. At the end of the ordinary agenda, I would just like to bring two motions of exigency as well as then two matters to be placed in committee.
Indeed, thank you very much. I then rule that at the end of our open agenda, we will then afford you the opportunity to present your motions and additional two items. Thank you very much, councillors. We then on page 1988. First item on our agenda this morning is item E221, the Supply Chain Management Annual Report for deviations approved for the period 2024 and 2025 financial year. Now please ask for a proposal in terms of the recommendation before council.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose.
Good morning, Alderman Furness, proposing item E221. Can I have a seconder, please?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I would like to second.
Thank you, Councillor Wellman. Is there any questions of clarity, Councillor Gous?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I'd like to I note that the item is for cognizance, but I do just want to compliment our administration on the hard work that they've done in this last year to reduce the deviations. All of these that we've seen now that have been reported have come through the committees. We've worked through them. And there is another deviation report for June, which I do have questions on. But there has really been a very real effort to reduce that, and for that we're grateful. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. It's well noted and received, Municipal Manager. To yourself and your team, vote of thanks there. No other questions of clarity? Thank you very much. That concludes item E221. We then move to the next item. Item E222 before council is the disposal of capital assets. For approval, can I ask for a proposal, please?
Morning, Madam Speaker. I will propose the item.
Good morning, Councillor Setunsha. Can I have a seconder, please?
Morning, Madam Speaker. I'm seconding.
Morning, Elder Lady Reuters. Thank you very much. Any questions from item E222, disposal of capital assets? No questions. Unanimously, the item carries. Thank you very much. We are then on item E223 before council for cognizance, deviation appointment, SPCA, rendering of municipal pound service. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I will gladly propose. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Can I have a seconder for Councillor van Dijk, please?
I will second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Is there any questions of clarity on this item? Councillor Gous, I note your line. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, this is just for cognizance. I would like it noted, however, that I did raise questions on this in good time, and I was told that because the questions I asked weren't directly related to this item, I wouldn't receive a reply. So I asked to see the last 3 or 4 years' agreements with the SPCA in order to determine if this deviation was necessary. Thank you, Speaker. So I will abstain on this item. I note it, but I'm not approving or disapproving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, for your comment and input made. We then record Councillor Gous is abstaining for reasons mentioned. Any other input comments? Councillor Prince. Thank you very much.
Me myself abstain from this.
the Patriotic Alliance, thank you very much. Councillor Prince indicating that he is also abstaining. Councillor Machesini,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you give a clarity on this 6 months contract service for with?
thank you very much. Question of clarity in terms of the interim procurement process for a period of 6 months. Municipal Manager, can you respond? Thank you so much.
Chairperson, the period of 6 months is for the time that will take us to go out on a SEM process. In other words, to appoint somebody on a tender as per council resolution last month. Yeah. That's why it's for 6 months only.
Councillor Machesini, you covered? Happy. Thank you very much. The item is for cognizance. Councillor Gous indicating that the ICDP is abstaining, as well as the Patriotic Alliance. It is recorded as such. Thank you very much. We then on item E224, writing off irrecoverable debts for the period ending August 2025. Thank you very much. We have the recommendation before council for approval. Can I ask for a proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness. I note that Councillor Bavuma is leaving the council chamber. Can it be recorded? Thank you. Can I have a seconder for the proposal of Alderman Furness?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Setunsha. Opening up for questions of clarity. I see the lights of Councillor Gous and then Councillor Buddha in that order. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to ask, looking through the individual amounts, there were amounts, I first thought 35,000 was a lot. These are individual amounts written off, 50,000, 49,000, 46, 64, but one of them as high as 73,000 and one of them as high as almost 88,000 for one individual. How does an individual run up such a high debt with the municipality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Question of clarity. Can I ask CFO, will you be able to assist? And then I'll take the question of Councillor Buddha. Thank you very much.
Okay, Speaker. Obviously, it depends. The customer started consuming services from a particular point, and sometimes it takes a while for them to actually apply for the indigent benefits. And in terms of the rules of the policy, once a person applies and the application is approved, he basically starts on a clean slate and all the debt is cleared, I think, from the account.
Thank you very much, CFO. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker. Speaker, this is a good thing. I used to look at Ward 14. It's a good thing to write off the debt. Speaker, in our last meeting, I was calling that since I was time and again in municipality coming with the people, I don't have an office in that side. I come here when they've got problem. Sometimes these people, they don't have a language issue of talking with Africans. I bring it here. Speaker, to limit that thing of coming down and there with the community, I said last meeting, can the official of anybody assist us so that we can go straight to Jos level? Because now, if you can go there now, the electricity is cut, and then it's winter, and I can see a number of houses. And then, in our last meeting, I saw there are almost 60, 70 bills. They say I must bring it here. I said, no, hold on. So how far is the official in order to come there and then to look at that and then to cancel that, especially in what way? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Buddha. We have service point at the Dalmeida Civic Centre for which accommodates the residents from both Ward 9 and Ward 12, and I take note of your concern around the language barrier, but I also just want to again confirm that we do have a service point, and perhaps Municipal Manager through you, it is something that we can look in. Then also I can confirm there is a schedule from the Finance Department, as confirmed by Councillor Furness, to do the indigent drives. I'm not so sure when it is scheduled for Ward 12. MMIC would like to respond.
Speaker, no, that's exactly, if you look at this list, it's 90% is indigent. And I wanted to ask CFO that he make a mental note that we do also do an indigent drive in, for the Joslovo ward speak as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments? None, thank you. The item, yes, Councillor Buddha.
By the time we're going to drive it, thank you, Speaker, thank you, then please, man, let us take time to close, just to cut the power and so on. Sometimes it's really, when you load somebody to the bear, which is sick of an elderly person, which you see then the power is blocked. Please, the department must look first, the age and everything, before you just cut the electricity in our community.
Thank you very much. The municipal manager indicating that he take note of your request. No objection to the item? Thank you very much. The item carries. We then move to item E225, which is the Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for deviations approved for June 2025. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Alderman Furness proposing for cognizance. Can I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Any questions of clarity? None, thank you very much. We then move to item E226. Okay.
Sorry, Speaker.
Ek te vinnig raadslid.
Baie dankie vir
Okay.
u
Ons is op
vergunning.
E225, deviations vir Junie.
Is ons nou daar?
Ons is nou daar.
Goed, u wag nou vir die proposer en seconder.
Nee, ons het hom klaar afgehandel.
Mag ek dan net 'n vraag vra asseblief?
U mag,
Baie
voorgaan.
dankie. Dankie Speaker, ek weet dis 'n vergunning, ek waardeer dit. I'd like to ask, first of all, I see there's 162,000, 84,000 and almost 90,000 that went out on deviation to a law firm, stating that the law firms that we have on tender don't specialize in engineering, construction and law. Can we just be told, because nowhere in the item does it say what specific issue was that we needed to, get the advice. And then, Speaker, I also note that there's almost monthly costs for the K9 unit that is covered only by Mossel Bay residents, yet all the surrounding towns have the benefit of the K9 unit. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Two questions. The law firm, municipal manager.
Yeah, Speaker, I'll ask Mr. Prince to add, but it is so that from time to time we encounter issues where our attorneys on record doesn't have the expertise, and then we go out and source services through a deviation. But Mr. Prince can also, he's basically working with it. It's a full process that we go on, a documented process before we appoint the people. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Prince, can you assist? Thank you so much.
Speaker, thank you. I don't have the detail in front of me, but I believe I can answer this. This is a firm that specializes in construction work, and it's a Dr. Toy. And if I remember correctly, it's relating to the Dias Beach development and Mossel Cove development. It was, and I think it was with regards to technicalities around the development that we needed to sort out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Councillor van Dijk, as chairperson, can you please assist with the K9 inquiry? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, while the K9 unit is to the benefit of the entire district, I think I can only recall one specific account on which it was authorized to travel to Hessequa by agreement. We are currently discussing the issues with the garden route in terms of funding, and we're also discussing the direct funding with regards to POX. That's why I am visiting the Minister next week, because there should be provision made for the travelling. But it's not as easy as this seems, because it's complex, because it's also about the trans-border application of officers in terms of their authority or mandate. So it is complicated. The units have been established, but there's a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes to make sure all of this relates to where it should be. So it's been a once, and no other events have been authorized from MM to MM or mayor to mayor. So that I can give some assurances to the taxpayers of Mossel Bay.
Comprehensive, thank you very much for that feedback. Sorry, Raadslid.
No, Speaker, thank you. I'm not speaking about transport costs. I'm talking about the almost monthly costs for veterinary and that type of expense. Is there any proposal that other municipalities can also contribute to those costs?
Councillor Van Dijk, can you assist, please?
Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge, maybe Mr. Williamson can just fill on if he wants to. This is a grant that has been issued by the provincial legislator. So the operational costs and also some of the capital costs are borne out of this, Madam Speaker. That's the short answer to that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Williamson, would you like to make an addition to the response?
Madam Speaker, I can just say the veterinary expenditure is also covered by the grant as stated by MMC.
Thank you very much. Municipal Manager would also like to add.
Yeah. Speaker, no, I just want to add that as Councillor Van Dijk said, it's very relevant questions that are asked, because it's expected of us to release the services in the Garden Route area. So we are busy with province and the Garden Route, as Councillor said, to see how can they come to the party to co-fund the function in the end. So that, because at this stage the personnel are paid by the municipality only. So we are busy looking at that. It takes some time, councillors, but we hope that we will get there very soon. I can just mention the case that Councillor Van Dijk mentioned now in Hessequa. It was when somebody was abducted and disappeared, and when they ask for help like that, we give help immediately in order to save a life. Eventually, unfortunately, they found the body. Person was killed. You know, so we do act quick, Speaker, to assist where we can. Yeah.
Indeed, thank you very much for a comprehensive response. I see no light from any other councillor. Councillors, this report is for noting purposes. The inquiries have been responded to. That concludes item E225. I move to item E226, monthly reports with regard to supply chain management for June. For council to note, can I have a proposer, please?
I propose, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Claassen, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie-Janse van Rensburg. Is there any questions of clarity from this monthly report? None agreed to. We move. Thank you very much. Item E227. Before Council is the quarterly report for supply chain management as at 30th of June 2025. For Council to note, can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Any question of clarity? Agreed to. Thank you very much. We move.
Sorry.
Apologies, I did not see your light. Sit on it so up for my
Please, Speaker, yes, I actually just wanted to give a vote of thanks for the changes made to the report. It's actually the previous item where the information that I requested has now been included. Thank you.
Noted and well received. Thank you very much. Item E228. Big thank you to the CFO. CFO, that compliments to you. New employment equity plan as of 1st September 2025 to the 31st of August 2030. And EE policy amendments. Big thank you, Director Potgieter, to the department who facilitated a work session with the councillors, and thank you, councillors, for your attendance. I am putting it to council for approval in terms of recommendation 1-2. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose, and I would like to thank the department for completing this mammoth task within the very, very limited time frame.
Indeed, I echo that. Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, you do, and I echo the support and also the comment made by my fellow colleague. I know and understand that it's a very difficult report to compile. So, yes, I second it certainly. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. We had this work session and Mrs. Mayoral were facilitating, and it was definitely, it's not that easy, but we participated in Q&A and she handled it very well. Opening for questions, I see the lights of Councillor Baron, Councillor Gous, and then Councillor Buddha in that order. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, before we give our position of the Freedom Front Plus, I first want to ask a question through you to our Directorate Corporate. This actually is a very sensitive issue for me personally, because in 1998 I was part of a group of correctional officials who started this BEE process to court, because this policy have destroyed our people for jobs in the state, wherever. It destroyed the Khoi people, this policy. So the reason why I go this route is because, maybe I must also say this BEE policy was also recently, if you follow the news, within the office of America's president, because of the unfairness of this. But the outcome of the court case was after 18 years, 15 July 2016, and the outcome was clear that this policy must be implemented in the Constitutional Court, also regionally. Otherwise, they will ask Khoi people to go out of the Western Cape to look for jobs other places. So that's why we take this thing to court. So my question now is, does new amendments on this policy, does it mean that the regional figures doesn't count anymore? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your question. I see the light of Councillor Machesini. Let's do the questions one by one. Director Potgieter. Can I have the red light for Director Potgieter, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Just first for clarity, this item is not about the BEE Act, but about the Employment Equity Act and the changes in the EE regulations. Councillor, we do take in consideration the Western Cape's targets for the EE plan that we did for the Western Cape, and similarly in the other provinces as well. So it is the regional targets.
Thank you very much, Director Potgieter. Councillor Machesini.
Ndizawuthetha isintu, Madam Speaker. Mandibulele.
All good. You may proceed. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, le employment equity siyayibulela kakhulu. Okwesibili, ngokwenantsika target, ingathi ingenzeka, especially kumasipala waseMossel. Ayenze ngalendlela ayichaza ngayo apha kunantsika yethu, kule agenda yethu. And then sizabe siyijongile singu-ANC. Enkosi.
Thank you very much for your comment made. Councillor Machesini, thanking the department and indicating the ANC will monitor the implementation. Councillor Gous.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. Speaker, I also would like to echo my colleagues' thanks to the department for the tremendous work done. I know it wasn't an easy job. So my comments must please be seen in the light of that. The ACDP has, for the last, I think it's 6 or 7 years now, stated that employment equity should be based only on experience and meritocracy. Can a person do the job or not? It should not be based on your gender or on the color of your skin. I'd like to also note, Speaker, that in all these years that the ANC has been running South Africa into the ground. They have not been able to create new jobs. Their only solution is to take jobs from those people that have and give them to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Noted. Councillor Buddha, then Councillor De Bula, and then Councillor Mkontu. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we can't allow the ACDP with one seat here. He come and say the ANC is taking the job from the people. If you go outside, you can see the CWP, EPWP, and everybody outside. We try to elevate, how to call it, the food, the anger outside. So we can't allow, when we've got so many programs in order to make sure that the people, they've got the bread on the table, and then come somebody here, he said the ANC is taking the job to the people. No, it's not acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha.
Enkosi, Madam Speaker.
Councillor De Bula, may proceed.
Ndicinga into yoba noko i-ACDP imele abantu benkolo okanye ubuKrestu. So ezinye izinto ezithethayo apha ephungeni iyasothusa. Isingasiqinisekisa izazi nobane kwakutheni zingene ephungeni naku-national. Because le nto ayithethayo iyasothusa thina kakhulu. And okwesibini, ngokuna siku-GNU. Akho party kuthiwa yipati ethile ephethe ngone yilizwe. So makayazi loo nto leyo through wena Speaker uCouncil Khosi nobana sikwi-GNU yonke into eqhubekayo iqhubeka phantsi kwe-GNU.
Thank you, Councillor De Bula. Councillor Mkontu.
From slavery up until now, the people that were benefited, even the people that were from the slavery, people that were, especially the Christianity, the ACDP, they were also participated in that period. We as blacks and groups of colored people, we were not part of benefiting in that period.
Councillor Mkontu.
So I want to...
Councillor Mkontu, you address the speaker, ne? Look at me when you speak.
Madam Speaker, we blacks and so-called colors, let me not say colors because some of them, they don't like that. We never benefited. And the ACDP never came with the solutions. Even now, if you check, the ACDP, they only do is complain and abstain.
Order, Councillor.
They are not resolving the issue of unemployment. They are not resolving the issue of unemployment. If you can go back, most of the people that are from the slavery, they own a lot of land. They are not using that land. So when the ACDP attack the ANC, we will also attack the ACDP because they are not doing nothing unless they go in to check, tick the box, who's right, who's wrong.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Puerta.
Madam Speaker, I understand that this is an emotional item and that everyone wants to express themselves, but if we can please stick to the relevance of the item. If we can see that this is an employment equity plan that's been mandated upon us as local government by national, and also if you look at the cost of non-compliance, there's not much we can do except comply in this circumstance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I am closing the debate. We have had a proposer and a seconder. Is there any objection to the item? No, the item carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Comments made, noted.
Freedom Front Plus abstain.
Thank you. We record as such, the Freedom Front Plus is abstaining. Was ek te vinnig? Okay, let's give opportunity to the party representatives to their non-record state their position. The item has been proposed by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Van Dijk. The Freedom Front has indicated that they are abstaining. Patriotic Alliance, would you like to go on record? Abstain. Thank you very much. The PA is abstaining. ICDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is against the item and also would like it noted that the ACDP economic policy has been accepted as the best economic policy for
Thank
South
you,
Africa
Councillor Gous.
by
Thank
Davy
you.
Ruet.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I just want your position. The ACDP is against. Can I have the position of the ANC?
The ANC support this item.
Thank you very much. It is recorded that the Freedom Front and the Patriotic Alliance is abstaining, ICDP is against, and my apologies, Councillor Blau.
I know it's easy to forget me. ICOSA is abstaining, Madam Speaker.
Adding to the abstention list, ICOSA, we then have Freedom Front, PA, and ICOSA abstaining, ICDP against. The item carries with a majority vote. Thank you very much. We then move to our next item. Item E229. Before council is the farewell function for Mr. Sia van der Merwe. We have the recommendations, the one recommendation that council needs to consider and approve, and a comprehensive motivation and discussion. Can I ask for a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Can I have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wellman. Is there any objections or any questions of clarity? Councillor Gous?
Speaker, no objections, just a vote of thanks to Mr. van der Merwe and also best wishes for his retirement.
Noted and well received. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. The item carries unanimously. We move to item E230. Before council is the assignment, operation of public libraries for Mossel Bay Municipality. The recommendations listed for council to consider. Can I please have a proposal?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. I'll propose.
Portfolio Chairperson Alderman Boyson. Proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder?
You do have a second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. I am opening up for questions and comments. Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Gous.
Speaker, thank you. Just a clarity here. If I see, I was going inside and outside in the library, just reading the books, but I understand now there is a lot of money happening inside the book. I want just to know what is clarity, the dispute between the SARS and municipality in terms, I see the 6.4 million and then last year 2.6 million. Can you give us a clarity? What's happening in the library?
Question of clarity from Councillor Buddha. Gonna deal with the questions one by one. Is it directed now or will respond?
No, between us we will respond, Speaker.
Okay. Response for Councillor Buddha, Mr. Prince.
Speaker, no, thank you. I think you're asking the wrong person here. I think the CFO is in a better position to explain regarding VAT, zero rated and not zero rated.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. We are indeed a team. Mr. CFO.
Speaker, I was nearly going to be out of order to say that he passed the buck very nicely. but I think to assist Councillor Buddha, the SARS issued a ruling that the municipality owes them a VAT in the amount of 6.4. So we've provided for that in the financial statements. That's the one issue, and also potential interest and penalties, which we've disclosed as a potential liability. But here is the issue. What we said is before we deal with that issue, Speaker, we need to firstly finalize the formal assignment of the function to the municipality. So the item is for the council to then approve the agreement. We will then communicate with the provincial government to then formally assign the function to the municipality in terms of a provincial government gazette. That will then make sure that going forward the VAT is zero rated, which basically means we can claim the VAT back from SARS. on the expenses that we incur in running the library service. So that will make sure that moving forward, we are not liable for VAT. But the 6.4 is a historic situation where the function was under an old ordinance assigned to us, but there are legal issues around whether the function was formally assigned to us or not. So as soon as the assignment is now completed for the current period, Speaker, we will then interact with SARS to then deal with the potential repayment of the outstanding VAT. They can normally go back 5 years. So that will be a process of negotiation to deal with that issue. And hopefully we can minimize that impact for the municipality.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha indicates that is covered. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the CFO and our legal advisor have correctly said, it's a very complicated issue. I went and I read the libraries bill to try and make a bit more sense of it as well. So the first question that I have, first of all, I would have preferred if this item had come to council as two separate items, because now, once again, two issues have been conflated, and although I don't want to vote against us paying the money that we owe so that we don't have further hassles with SARS, I also don't want to just blindly accept financial responsibility, which it seems to me this bill is now passing to municipalities. So, Speaker, the ACDP has recently done a short video on the difference between accepting an item, abstaining from an item, and voting against it. So it might possibly help some people to understand why the ACDP would abstain on a matter. But this specifically, if we could just get a reply on why or what the cost implication might be for the municipality, what the cost implication has been in the past. Thank you. Because the item says that we will now basically co-fund the function.
Thank you, Councillor Gous, for your question, Mr. Manager.
Speaker, I think Council, it's a very important question that Councillor Gous is asking. You well remember, Speaker, many years ago, there were talks of giving the whole functions over to municipalities. I was a director of community services then, and the province didn't want to give us the full amount of money to run the functions, and it eventually led there to that local government said, but then we're not going to render the function. And the council at their stage said to us as officials, there's no way that this municipality there won't be library services to our community because it's a community function. Just to answer the councillor, historically, councillor, they've never given us the full amount for the function. We've always subsidized it. And what they've said to us is that they will give us basically the same as what they gave us up till now. They can't say they're going to improve it because the national fiscus is diminishing. They're getting less money from national, so they can't give a guarantee. And we had a discussion with a provincial minister. I don't know, Maya, you weren't in that meeting that they were in provincial. Myself and the CFO were here with her, and they said that they cannot give a guarantee that they give all the money. And it's not only Mossel Bay that's affected, it's basically all the municipalities in the provinces here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Very briefly, just a question, please.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Just a follow-up. So, if I'm understanding our MM correctly, the discrepancy between what we've paid in the past and what we will be expected to pay in the future, this is my concern. Are we going to be spending more money on library services due to this bill, or the same as what we have been?
Speaker, no, it will be more or less the same. Obviously, there are increments year on year, but it will be more or less the same. If we've paid 40% up till now, it will still be in the range of 40%.
Thank you very much. I want to conclude. Councillor Gous, are you against the item?
No, Speaker, the ACDP accepts.
Thank you very much. Any objections? Agreed to. The item carries. Thank you very much. Before council is item E231, the participation and implementation of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals at Mossel Bay Municipality. Can I ask for a proposal, please?
Speaker, thank you. I will propose.
Thank you very much. We have the Executive Mayor proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Thank you, Speaker. I will second.
Councillor Wellmans. Any question of clarity from any councillor? Councillor Baron and then Councillor Gous. Councillor Baron, then Councillor Nkonto and then Councillor Gous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front plus abstain, and just for the reasons for the international sustainable goals that's been linked to child swap. So we are not supporting him. Thank you.
Not supporting. The Freedom Front is thus against. Thank you very much. Councillor Nkonto and then Councillor Gous.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are fully supporting this document. It's a guide for all local government and municipality and national. But here in Mossel Bay, we've been always stating that we need to have a proper planning. Now we have this guide. Mine in this council, I will request that can we also be given a chance to have a say through the workshops so that we can understand, because normally we'll be asked from, let's do example, the issue of reporting on housing on the planning department. I've always asked the status of that department, of that department or of the housing. If we have these documents that clearly indicate how to do what, at what time, and you have those targets, then it will need us also to understand what each department are aimed to do and at what time, so that you can also link the plans of the departments through to check the development goals. As you already mentioned here, we full support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nkonto indicating that the ANC supports with a request of wanting to see inclusiveness. Thank you very much. Is there any Councillor Gous?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have one question for clarity, and that is why is it that there first needs to be a process to determine under which directorate this will fall? To me, it seems to be common sense that it will fall under the directorate that, for example, is currently busy with gender and all that kind of thing, because it's basically the same type of work. But then also ACDP opposes this United Nations Sustainable Goals Development, Speaker, and I've got several reasons. The one is the goals are contrary. If you work through them, for example, it says Goal 8 is to promote sustained growth, but Goal 13 demands urgent action on climate change. Now, South Africa is reliant on fossil fuels. We've got so many coal stations, and the United Nations has insisted, I think, that we must close down 9 coal stations, and yet first world westernized countries are importing our coal for their coal stations. So it's just, in my opinion, completely unfair. Then the promoting of global capitalism. One size does not fit all, because this will be at the cost of our local communities. Then also included in the sustainable development is hidden a section on the promotion of gender ideology and reproductive rights, which our citizens might not know is just code for abortion. It's to promote abortion, because they feel that people are a blight on the land and we need to decrease the population numbers. Then the most important reason the ACDP is abstaining from this is because of centralized and global governance. The ACDP believes in devolved government, power to the people. Federalism is the best form of government for people. They must make the decisions for themselves on the ground, and not a political elite sitting in a first world nation somewhere imposing things on South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. The ICDP is against with reasons mentioned. Any other questions of clarity? Councillor Prince, does the Patriotic Alliance wish to go on record?
We support
Thank you very much, Councillor Prince, indicating the Patriotic Alliance is supporting. Raad het gou sit vir my u liggie af. U het u tyd voldoende gehad en dit benut. Uitvoerende burgemeester.
Chairperson, thank you. If we adopt this, we will only be one of two municipalities in the Western Cape. The other one who's already adopted it's the city of Cape Town, who was also part of the Bloomberg Mayoral competition. So this actually, we've entered that competition, as you know, colleagues, for among some of the reasons it was the prize money which we could affect to the poor in our town. But unfortunately we did not come in, and I know that some of the cities had whole offices of people working on this competition. But then we were obviously we worked with SALGA, and then it came to our attention that there is possible international funding opportunities through working with the UN, with SALGA, and to link our SDGs. So in Mossel Bay, we looked at the stuff that we're strong at, which is SDG 8, 12, 16, 17, amongst others. It's safety, the JOC, and so on. So initially we worked on a program to see if we can get this was our proposal to Bloomberg, was to get a tire recycling plant, to see if we can get rid of all the tires which we know stacking up, and there's no answer for that currently. And secondly, obviously the job creation that goes with this. But yeah, so it also came to our attention that there's various partners, massive companies like Coca-Cola, who's working and donating money, Speaker. So that is why the Bloomberg competition then basically morphed into looking at the SDGs, and the proposal is to adopt it. And then obviously at this stage we're also going to then look at the Commonwealth Sustainable City Network, which we will basically become part of. So what I'm actually after, colleagues, is that we can see how we can through this partnerships unlock money. And like I say, the projects that we propose or that we identify with as Mossel Bay is all the stuff in terms of governance, our safety projects, various projects that we are already strong with, and that was our proposal from our side. And I think the reason why there was unclarity or uncertainty where this should go now is because it was a project by my office, Speaker, which now we will give over to the administration. And I also agree, I do think that it should also, the natural way or suggestion for me will be that it reside under Director Nell and the Department of Social Development. I think it fits nicely in there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillor Blau, do you like to go on record?
Yes, Madam Speaker. As a councillor that's coming from a very poor area, I do understand. And although there's some things I'm not so sure about, I'm sure about one thing, is that whatever is there with whoever partnership to make the lives of our people better, then I'm all for that. So I'm in support of this, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blau. We then have the item being proposed by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Wellman. The Patriotic Alliance is on record in support, the Freedom Front on record against, the ANC on record in support, the ACDP on record against with reasons mentioned, ICOSA in support with reasons mentioned. The item thus carries with a majority vote. Thank you very much. We move to our next item. Item E232 before Council is the approval of the revised Mossel Bay Municipality Community Safety Plan for 2025 and 2026. Recommendations 1 to 2 for Council to approve. Can I have a proposer, please?
Madam Speaker, I will be the proposer as the portfolio chair, and I also want to thank our portfolio staff for making the efforts with regards to the safety plan. It's a plan that normally sees the light every 2 to 5 years in other municipalities, and this municipality, we pride ourselves by renewing it yearly or annually with good results. So a big thank you to the portfolio for driving this initiative, as with a disaster management plan every year. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much, Portfolio Chairperson. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Van Dijk, please?
Good morning, Speaker. Definitely, I support the item.
Good morning, Councillor Mbumbu. I like your soft pink jacket. Thanks for seconding. I'm now opening up for questions of clarity to Council. I see the light of Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Gous. In that order, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now we see the plan, and then, Mr. Speaker, we see the categories of crime and so on and so on. But we missed something. We want just, before we take just a position, to find just 8 minutes caucus.
10 minutes? Yeah, it is an uneven number. We then grant the ANC 10-minute caucus whilst Councillor Delamain is going to the bathroom. Council will then reconvene 20 minutes past 11. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm not sure if the 10 minutes will suffice for tea, but I will give a tea break later, just for councillors to note. Thank you very much, everybody. The ANC has requested a caucus. Council will now reconvene with Councillor Buddha addressing Council with the caucus feedback. Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I must stand up in this one, Speaker. Speaker, we see the safety plan, and this safety plan is a good one. I like to follow the Job Center, all the programs they are following. In South Africa, nobody likes the crime and corruption. So, Speaker, it was just in the caucus, it was just a misunderstanding. So now this plan is a good plan. We like it. We support this plan because we see the categories where that portfolio chairperson, Leon Van Dijk, fight the crime in South Africa. I think it was a police one day. Thank you very much. I applaud it. That is why I stood up. We support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha, for the feedback to Council on item E232. The position of the ANC is that they are in support. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP concurs with the ideology expressed with the community safety plan. It is comprehensive and it is, as expressed by Councillor Buddha, it is a very good community safety plan. However, on this matter, the ACDP is going to abstain for one reason. That reason is because it commits this municipality to a financial obligation again towards the implementation of this community safety plan via JOC. And we know that there are already discussions around JOC and whether they really do qualify for a Section 67 grant because municipal infrastructure is observed by them, the telemetry system is there, our phone system works through JOC, so they definitely are providing us a service, and I believe they should go through the supply chain management process as the SPCA is being forced to do. Thank you.
ICDP indicating that they are against for the reason mentioned by Councillor Gous. Thank you so much. It is recorded. I would like to Councillor Baron, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus have the same reasons, the funding model of the safety plan. The safety plan himself, we don't have a problem, but the funding model that we are worried about, if it is Section 67 that the Auditor General don't want, because we still don't have an answer about that. And then we also just check up in the recommendations. We are not sure whether it's a Mossel Bay Community Safety Plan, because the appendix says it's a Mossel Bay Municipality Community Safety Plan. So it's one of the two, it can't be both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baron, the Freedom Front is thus abstaining. It's noted and recorded for the reasons mentioned. Thank you so much. Executive Mayor, then I will move to Councillor Prince and Councillor Blau. Mayor?
Speaker, thank you. At my own home, Speaker, over the past 2 months there was around me various break-ins. So the first thing I did is I did not ask the Auditor General to come and keep me safe. I also didn't ask the South African Police Services to keep me safe. I spent some money to keep myself safe. And I'm not going to be shy of the fact that this council and a specific caucus show leadership and do whatever they can. I'm really getting tired of opposition complaining all the time about us trying to keep our residents safe, Speaker. So we will do whatever we can to spend money, as I had to spend money and put up more cameras to keep myself safe. So we will keep on spending money to keep our residents safe. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillor Prince and then Councillor Blau. Just like to get the party position. Councillor Buddha, I'll come back to you. Can I have the light for Councillor Prince, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker,
Hi.
only my 1 minute. Speaker, we don't want when the
It's
whip,
fine.
when the whip is supporting us. So, Mayor, please quote the people with the parties. Don't say opposition. When you say opposition, all of us were under, under the sandbox. All of us now, opposition, were under the sandbox. You want us to quote them, please.
I withdraw.
Executive.
And I agree with Councillor Buddha.
Executive Mayor, Councillor Buddha doesn't unfairly want to be under the sandbox. So thank you for withdrawing. Thank you very much. Councillor House, can you please switch off your light for me? I want the red light for Councillor Prince and then for Councillor Blau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the PA support this plan. But the safety plan must come to the disadvantaged people of Mossel Bay also, especially the cameras. There's too many hotspots in our areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prince, indicating the support of the Patriotic Alliance, requesting that we continue and also ensure services in our disadvantaged areas, which I am aware of the job are doing, but the inclusiveness of all the wards, that's the plea. Councillor Blau?
Yes, Madam Speaker, ICAO is in support of this. I would also like to latch on to what Councillor, I don't know if I should say Councillor Shorty, what he said, Councillor Prince said. A few weeks ago, there was a shooting incident in Birdsdale. If there's a camera there by the corner there when you come from Birdsdale to Mossel Bay, I don't know if there's a camera there, but I would like that be included in the plans as well. As Mr. Prince said, Councillor Prince said, we need that in our hotspot areas.
Thank you very much. Ek gaan vergunning gee vir raadslid van Dijk om gou vinnig op raadslid Blau se versoekie. Sy vra eintlik klarigheid oor of daar wel een is. Kan jy help? Dankie raadslid.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's all related to budgets and affordability. And I can state, just as I do the fight and make the fight within the province to make sure that safety is a concern in rural areas, not only metropolitan areas, we are driving the fight back home in our own hometown to make sure that the rural areas also gets preference. So as I've said in the committees as well, Chair, is that it is the plan for this year to run it to the outlying areas, rural areas first, so we can make sure and determine that we get specific high towers and communication points up and then move on again. There are areas that we can facilitate, but it's all budget and fund related. We can only do so much to work with. So that is the plan. You will see in the safety plan, Madam Chair, if you'll indulge with me, that a lot has been included in terms of rural aspects and how we're going to execute it and how do we coordinate. And there's a misunderstanding sometimes in terms of the JOC, and I'm not going to go there, but there's a coordinating function being played, a very well endowed plan to make sure that everybody is serviced on an equal basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for confirmation that the rural areas will also be included. Executive Mayor.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. I agree with all the colleagues, Speaker. It doesn't help that we've got only cameras in the rich areas. Because I think many of us know that the people in the poorer areas are actually hit harder by crime than the more affluent. That's the facts. So we are quite aware of the fact that we should have a camera network that's like a net, Speaker. And
Yes.
as I've mentioned, it costs money, colleagues. And we're not trying to steal the money. I understand where the Auditor General come from, because many municipalities mismanage. But this money is being spent to the benefit of our community. Councillor van Dijk's not eating out with the money each and every night. There's already 500 cameras up in town. And I must also mention that still the majority of that is private partnerships. So colleagues, if we can get neighborhood watchers, even in my own neighborhood, as I've mentioned, I've put up cameras. But I've also asked that the community, that the members come and see Councillor Leon, that we as a community can see what kind of cameras must we buy for our area so that he can draw it into the jock. That's why the jock is there for. It's for all of us. It's to keep our town safe. And we need to have a net without holes in it. If there's a hole in the net, the criminal goes through that hole. Meaning if there's somewhere there's no cameras, they're clever, they know where it is, then they just move there. So they steal something here and they move into that area where there's no surveillance. So it is expensive, Chairperson, Speaker. And yeah, we are constrained. So at this stage, there is cameras going up everywhere, but it is going faster in some areas where I must also be honest, in some of the more affluent areas, that neighborhood watchers has got more money. So they buy quicker, they buy cameras. But in my neighborhood, there's also no camera. And that's why with my neighbors and so on, I've asked them. And I also fight with them, that's why I'm getting frustrated. All of them, or a lot of neighborhood watchers, try to buy their own cameras, put up their own little station somewhere where somebody needs to monitor it, while we've spent money for the community safety where there's a job where these images are being monitored 24/7. So that's why we keep on asking, and I don't understand, we're spending money of the ratepayers for the ratepayers, and then still they don't want it and they go do something separate. That's in some areas. In other areas, obviously, I think we should work hard that we can see how we can assist so that neighborhood watchers or organizations can also come up with fundraising initiatives and so on, where they can get money so that we can buy more cameras for that areas as well. I've been at various fundraising functions of neighborhood watchers where they do whatever kind of function. So we have even had with some of the liggiefees in the Giddy Park. We've made it open and asked neighborhood watchers, come and have a stall here, sell something, and you take that money to buy some cameras. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you indeed, Executive Mayor. On the question of Councillor Baron in terms of clarity around the wording or the naming, Municipal Manager confirms that the item before Council is indeed the Mossel Bay Municipality Community Safety Plan. So that is the confirmation on that. We have had the item being proposed by Councillor Leon, seconded by Councillor Mvumvu. The position of the ANC on record is in support, the ACDP abstaining, the Freedom Front abstaining, Patriotic Alliance in support, and ICOSA in support. The item thus with a majority vote carries, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Councillor van Dijk, who very regularly are exposed to a lot of criticism unfairly. People make it personal, which shouldn't be the case. Councillor Buddha represents this council as a portfolio chairperson, and Councillor van Dijk, I'd like to acknowledge the work that you do and the effort that you put in. Thank you so much. We are then on item E233. Before Council is the proposed amendment of the Mossel Bay Municipality bylaw relating to community fire safety, 2009. We have our recommendations for Council to consider for approval. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'm also proud to also bring this this new bylaw to fruition. It's not a new bylaw. It's an updated or a review of an existing bylaw. A lot of work has also been done with regards to including specifically hazardous waste and hazardous elements, and new terminology that was used. So a lot of hard work done by the Directorate itself and also by Legal Services. So a big thank you to our colleagues in that regard as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. I need a seconder, please.
Madam Speaker, I will gladly second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porta. Opening up for any questions of clarity from Council. Councillor Gous, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, reading through the item, I saw the changes, but I never saw any motivation for them. For example, the changing of the word material to dust, and then the motivation to change the kilograms from 38 kilograms to 100 kilograms. And then deliver or supply flammable liquid certificate is not required if the premises complies with legislation. If I can just understand the motivation for the changes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Question of clarity in terms of the motivation for what's before Council. Councillor Van Dijk, thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I've alluded to earlier, there's a number of new changes with regards to terminology, number one. Number two, in terms of what is allowed nationally. And then thirdly is we're trying to give some description to elements that have never been there before, like, as I've said earlier, like hazardous waste. It's never been pinned down in a specific bylaw. We had to go to the Waste Act to determine from a national perspective what we need to do. Here it's contained now within a municipal bylaw. So the motivation through you, Speaker, to the councillor was to update the specific bylaw to bring it in line with what is the norm and the standards within a national sphere.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Very briefly, Councillor Gous, I'll allow for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I understood the updating to a new definition for hazardous material and so on. I understood that when I read the item. But I'm asking specifically, like, for example, why update it from 38 kilograms to 100 kilograms? I'm thinking specifically of a business in Voortbaai that deals with old oil and stuff. Now that is highly flammable, and now we're moving it from 38 kilograms to 100 kilograms of hazardous material in an area where there's so much traffic and movement and so on. What is the motivation for that specifically? I would think that's counterintuitive.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Councillor Van Dijk, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may, first of all, we've got to understand that there are different elements and that flashpoints and hazardous materials are two different things. So what we're talking about here is gas, and then you're also trying to relate through you, Chairperson, you're trying to relate to oil. The flashpoints on both of those are quite different. Why the change from 38 to 100 is simple. Houses these days put in gas geysers. So they don't need one, but they need two. So they don't need one cylinder, they need two cylinders. And every time when there's a very, what's a afwyking? A deviation, thank you. When there's a deviation, it needs to come to council for a specific decision. So we're trying to regulate this within the bylaw to ensure that this can be regulated and policed in a proper manner, in an easier manner for our residents.
Thank you indeed, Councillor Van Dijk. Councillor Porta.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to add to what the Chair said, if you look at the bylaw previously, it was a concept bylaw that was used by a lot of municipalities. Most of them have started updating their amounts of gas used. It's not just us, it's modern homes use larger systems. It's just the way it is. And we can't have every new house built having to come to the municipality for the deviations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porta. Is there any objection to the item before Council? Councillor Gous.
Speaker, if I can just clarify, no. Having received those answers, I accept the item. I'm also just concerned if we can just get clarity that there won't be any legal repercussions for us with these adjustments if there is ever an accident.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prince, can you please assist?
No, Madam Speaker, I can testify duly process was followed, and from legal side, we're quite happy with the amendments, and that's why it's proposed to Council.
Indeed, thank you very much. No objections, the item carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We then on item E234, before Council is the proposed new bylaw, Mossel by Municipality law bylaw relating to traffic offences. Is there any interest from any councillor? Niks. Nie traffic fines nie. Is okay. Okay. Dit was op 'n ligte noot. Councillors, before council for consideration, can I please ask for a proposal? A proposal, please.
Madam Speaker, I was so concerned that I might say the wrong thing, but I will definitely propose on item 234. All of us know that RTO is coming into effect in 1 December. A lot of things happening behind the scenes. It runs hand in hand with regards to the expansion of powers, which we are considering and which we're trying to give our law enforcement officers. So that's to empower and mandate our people on the ground with regards to the specific bylaw. So it is a good thing, it's not a bad thing. I can also tell you that from an IMPS perspective, very similar bylaws are being implemented by the rest of the Western Cape. So a lot of hard work being done by the traffic chief and also through legal services. A big thank you in this regard. I think it's a very comprehensive bylaw, and it creates a lot of new opportunities soon for the expansion of powers to our law enforcement officers within the Western Cape.
Indeed, thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk, proposing with the motivation. Can I please have a seconder?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker. Councillor Kannemeyer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer, for seconding. Opening up for any questions of clarity. I see the light of Councillor Machesini. You may proceed. Thank you.
Enkosi, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Singavuya kakhulu singu-ANC xa kubekwa umthetho okanye kongezwa umthetho kumthetho okhoyo kumasipala aye kakhulu ebantwini kwaye futhi ayicacise gca into ofana uba yenzeke. Umzekelo asilwi nokuthi unantsika itraffic izikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wazo, but apha ngaphandle uba umasipala senze umzekelo ngokweeteksi, if umasipala angazenza zonke i-bus stop iiteksi zikwazi ukuma zingaphuli umthetho, mhlawumbe lo mthetho ungalunga kakhulu. Kodwa ngoku asikwazi ukuvumela umasipala uba akwazi ucinezela abantu ngenxa yokuba masenze umthetho ozawucinezela abantu. Kungoko ke asikwazi uhambisana nayo, makuyiwe ebantwini kuqala. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Councillor Machesini, indicating that the ANC is not in support. Thank you very much. Councillor van Dijk.
Madam Chair, if I may have your indulgence, and maybe I can change my colleagues' minds, this is all contained within the National Criminal Procedures Act. All the specific powers that are bestowed upon a law enforcement officer is contained in section 341.114 in terms of column 5, allocating all these powers or authorities to a law enforcement officer. The Act came into power or came into effect in 1971 and has been amended accordingly. So it's not something that is new. It is principles and mandates that have been issued within the law since 1971. What we're trying to say is that law enforcement officers should have and know that they have specific powers and execute those powers, which they've always had. So to my colleagues, it would be to your benefit, it would be to the community's benefit to ensure that we give our law enforcement officers those mandates, because they will execute and assist the traffic department with regards to specific issues traffic related. There are moving violations that they cannot tackle, but there are more actions that they can, in terms of their mandate, execute. So if you would indulge at the next committee meeting, you will see what effect it has had so far in terms of arrests, in terms of search, in terms of all sorts of things happening within the broader community. So I would like my colleagues really to think about what they are saying. It's a national act. We are just saying that it's always been there, take up your mandate and your responsibilities, and that's where we're going with the cross-border expansion of powers as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machesini, lunch for everyone is on you. Comprehensive response there. The ANC has indicated their position on record, not in support. Is there any other comments or questions? Any other objections? It is then recorded that the position of the ANC is against. The item carries with a majority vote. Thank you very much. We then have item E235 before council. The proposed alienation of a portion of earth 13800. This is an unregistered earth, which is 19617 in Kwanungaba, situated in Tembilisle Avenue, Kwanungaba, by the means of a tender process. The recommendations listed for council for consideration. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you. Councillor Wellman is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second the proposal.
Executive Deputy Mayor seconding. Opening up for questions of clarity to anybody who wishes to ask. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Speaker, the ACDP votes against accepting this item as it is, because while we've been accused in the council chambers of being Christians, I'd like to just clarify. The ACDP policies, we're a political party, our policies are based on principles from the Bible. Now, one of the principles that are relevant here is the principle of unequal scales.
Can I please
Speaker, if you can protect me, thank you.
Yeah, can I please have order for councillors to not speak, or whilst any other councillor is on the floor addressing council. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, looking at this dispassionately and looking at the principle that's involved here, the way this item has come to council, yes, it's gone out on alienation by tender, which is what the ACDP has fought for countless times here, believing that that's the fair and just manner in which to dispose of municipal land. But to impose a restriction, it's not a zoning restriction, it's a restriction on the specific type of business that you have to conduct there. So in other words, only somebody that wants to repair vehicles will tender for this property. And that means the Mossel Bay Municipality's residents are not going to get the money that they could get for this property, because now possibly only one person is going to tender for it, the person that's already there. So it's an unfair, and it's an unfair competition. It's the whole principle of the Constitution in the alienation of property is being transgressed here. And I've just watched recently where this municipality prided itself again, the councillors here, on ethical governance. This is contrary to ethical governance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. The ICDP indicating their position against for reasons mentioned. Any other input or comments? No objection. The item thus carries with a majority vote. It is recorded that the ICDP is against for reasons mentioned. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E236 before council. the proposed alienation of a portion of earth, 20521, Mossel Bay in Albert Lutuli, which is situated adjacent to earth 20181 in Mossel Bay, Albert Lutuli, by B. How do you pronounce this name, Councillor Buddha? There you have it. We have the recommendations listed. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Thank you, Speaker. I propose the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvumvu, for proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Setunsha, for seconding. I am opening up for questions of clarity and any comments. I see the light of Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. I know exactly what is happening there. So now, thank you for proposing in my ward. It's my ward there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ward Councillor. Support. No objections. The item thus carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are then at item E237. Before Council is the proposed alienation of a portion of earth, 3438 in Mossel Bay, which is situated adjacent to earth 14974 in Mossel Bay. At number 346, how do you pronounce this?
Frisia.
Frisia. Frisia. Frisia Drive, Mossel Bay, at the Gulf Estate by S.J. Forster. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness. Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm seconding the proposal.
Executive Deputy Mayor seconding. Can I ask for any councillor if you have any questions of clarity? I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, as you may know, prior to coming to Council to vote on these matters, I do site visits to all the different areas, including in wards that belong to other councillors apparently. But specifically with this item, I visited the area as well, and I noticed that there's a discrepancy in how we are applying this alienation of areas which have been encroached upon. I'm thinking just recently we had an item, I think it was last year sometime, where there was a food garden, a vegetable garden, a section of land alienated in Learjet Street, I think, for a food garden. And when I went to go and check out that area, the food garden had already been planted and fenced off before that alienation was done. We've got an item in this agenda regarding a garden in Bayview that the person is going to be paying 250 Rand per year in order to continue to garden there, because we see the benefit of beautification. Now, this property, I agree, the person has to pay the 3,650 Rand for the encroachment. However, when I went to go and look at the garden section that has to now be rehabilitated according to this item, it's a beautiful garden. Indigenous plants have been planted there. It's been perfectly cared for. It's 18 years old. I can't see what the purpose is of telling this person they have to uproot all those plants, indigenous to our area, and restore it back to the rooipaitjie and all the other stuff that's growing in that area. And I'd really like to request that my fellow councillors reconsider this recommendation, that the person, even if we charge them an amount per year for the use of that land, allow them to continue to garden there. It's an elderly couple, 18 years worth of garden work. I've got beautiful photos. It's really lovely, and I think it's actually just, it's a little bit mean to tell her to rip it all up.
Thank you, Councillor Gous, for your inputs made. I then gather from what you have raised that you are not in support in terms of the item as is.
Speaker, I'm making a recommendation and asking for a seconder then that the item be changed, that that person not have to revert that section of garden or that section of municipal land, because it's of no use to anybody, Speaker. It's above the St. Blaise Trail even. If there's a seconder.
Counter proposal by the ACDP. Is there any seconder? No seconder. All right, thank you very much. Is there any other questions or objections to this item? None. Councillor Gous, would you then put your position on record because your counter proposal unfortunately cannot stand without a seconder and there's no other objections to this item?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, then unfortunately I'll have to abstain because while I agree that the person should pay the amount due, I'm not in agreement with the destruction of that garden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item carries unanimously with the ACDP abstaining for reasons mentioned. We are then on item E238 before Council is the proposed registration of an additional servitude in favour of the municipality over a portion 19 of the Farm 129 in Mossel Bay, Sandwater Road, which is situated in Great Back River, for the purpose of the installation of an electrical infrastructure. This is a new transformer by the municipality. The recommendations listed before Council 1 to 8 for approval. Can I please have a proposer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose this item.
Councillor Annie is proposing for approval. Can I please have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Alderman Delamain is seconding. Is there any questions of clarity, any input? Councillor Gous, I see your light. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, a conflation of two issues. While the ACDP is not opposed to negotiations with the landowner, we're not going to, in one item, give permission for negotiations and expropriation. So, for that reason, we'll abstain.
Thank you very much, ACDP, indicating that they are abstaining. Is there any other objections to the item? Any issues anybody wishes to raise? None. Item carries with a majority vote. It is recorded that the ACDP is abstaining for reasons mentioned. Councillors, I am now going to call for a coffee break for councillors for 15 minutes. We will reconvene 12:15. Thank you very much. It's smoke break, coffee break, bathroom break, all in one. Thank you very much. Colleagues, in the committee room, coffee will be served. Met 'n beskuitjie by hoor. Thank you very much, councillors. I hope everybody enjoyed the quick break. Dis 'n plesier, collega's. Council now reconvene with everybody present and we proceed with item E239 on our agenda. Just waiting for Councillor Baron and Councillor Mvumbu to sit. Councillor Wellman is probably in the bathroom. Before council, we have the proposed lease of a portion of Earth 7377 in Dana Bay, which is situated adjacent to Peninsula Village in Minor Street. And the item is by the Mossel Bay Peninsula Village Homeowners Association. We have our recommendations for council to approve. Can I please ask for a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose, and then I would like to make an addendum or a proviso to say that the rental amount be increased from 5,000 to 10,000 rand per month, for the simple reason that it is a vast area, almost 3,000 square meters. And 5,000 rand really would not suffice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ward Councillor proposing with the amendment of an increase to the cost from 5 to 10,000 rand. Can I have a seconder for this proposal, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second with addendum with increased cost amount also.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg, for seconding. I'm opening up for questions of clarity and any additional comments. I see the light of Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I concur with Councillor Nikki Leroux regarding the amount. And I'm just wondering what the incentive is to lease it to them for 9 years and 11 months, because it's obviously not something that they're going to rectify. From what I understand, it's going to be a permanent encroachment. So why is the municipality not perhaps considering a fine and a sale?
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Ward Councillor, you may respond.
Madam Speaker, thank you through you. The land in question is a green strip, and there is no way that we want to alienate our green strips. I think it is public property, and it should remain public property.
Thank you for that provided. Is there any item? Item thus carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We then move to E240. Before council, we have the application to lease a portion of Earth 339 at Bertie Anderson Street in Bayview, which is situated adjacent to Benton Hof Complex by Mr. P.L. Moorman. Can I please ask, in terms of the recommendations, for council to approve?
Madam Speaker, I would propose as the ward councillor, not owning the ward, but as the ward councillor.
The elected ward councillor is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I will second the proposal by the ward councillor.
Thank you indeed, Executive Deputy Mayor. Opening up for questions of clarity from council.
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
You may proceed, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, this piece of property in particular, I want to thank Mr. Moorman that has, at his own initiative and at his own expense, beautified municipal property. I think we should encourage that kind of ownership and taking of responsibility in our town. We really appreciate these people. And that's why I find it so difficult that we didn't want to accept that this person in the homeowner's estate that I asked that we consider she not rip up her garden, not be considered in the same manner. So to me, it's an inconsistent application, and all I was asking for is a consistency and a principled stance towards the matter, and that we not be a respecter of persons. So no, we absolutely don't object to this. We actually appreciate these kind of residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Any other input, comment? No objections, agreed to. The item thus carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We then move to item E241 before Council, the proposed alienation of a portion of Earth 11993 in Mossel Bay, which is situated adjacent to Earth 5620 at number 6 Marula Street in Heiderand by L.J. De Lange. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I will propose.
The elected ward councillor is proposing. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Opening up to council for questions of clarity. Any comments? I see no light. No objections. Agreed to. The item thus carries unanimously. Item E242 before council. Alienation of a public open space. It is Earth 1895, situated between Urban 1894 and 1896, situated at Safran Street in Hartenbos by A. Leroux. For council to consider the recommendations listed, can I please ask for a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. For proposing, can I please have a seconder for Councillor Botha?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kannemeyer. Opening up to council for any questions, any comments? No objections. Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. Item E243. Before council, we have the proposed amendment of the Mossel Bay Municipality public participation process during land use planning applications policy. This is access to contact details of possible affected persons and adjacent property owners. In terms of the recommendations, can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, this is one of the items or the aspects that through the LUPC has been identified and driven so that we can get here, and through the assistance of legal services as well as town planning, a way was found that this can be done to improve public participation and communication to neighbouring residents when it comes to town planning applications. So I thank legal services and town planning for the work done in this regard, and I propose this item.
Item being proposed by Councillor Kutsia. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia, please?
A second, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen, for seconding. Opening up to council for questions of clarity and comments. I see the light of Councillor Baron. You may proceed, Councillor Baron. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We just want to thank the legal department, because this public participation process to take it forward to a next level was the thing that we fight for a long time. Thank you so much.
Freedom Front, vote of thanks to our legal department. Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. Is there any other? Councillor Gous, my apologies. I see your light. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in principle, the ACDP doesn't object to a more thorough public participation process. And I can speak from personal experience at the lack of public participation with the development that happened right next door to me recently. So definitely I don't want to disagree with more stringent measures for public participation. The difficulty lies in the fact that this has come through the Land Use Planning Committee, which myself and other councillors in this chamber have opposed the formation of that committee. So once again, unfortunately, due to that predicament, the ACDP will have to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. The ACDP is abstaining for the reasons mentioned by Councillor Gous, which is noted and recorded as such. Any other comments? Any other objections? The item thus carries unanimously with the ACDP abstaining. It is recorded and noted as such. Thank you very much. We are on item E244. Before council is the updating of a municipal coastal management program by the National Environmental Management Act, number 24 of 2008. Our recommendations before council for consideration, 1 to 4. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Leroux, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second item.
Alderman Delamain, thank you for seconding. Is there any questions of clarity from any member of council? No objections?
Speaker?
My apologies, Councillor Gous. Bietjie vinnig. U kan maar voortgaan.
Thank you, Speaker. I see that the public participation process is still to be followed. I'm just interested to know if the municipality has any idea of the associated costs during the implementation of a coastal management, because I'm thinking specifically of the situation that we had at Glentana, where the Garden Route District Municipality had to pay 17 million and then we ended up paying it. I have lodged a question to the municipal office asking if that money has been recovered or if a letter has been written to recover that money. So once again, just concerned about what kind of cost implication there will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Managers, assisting with the response.
Speaker, thanks. Speaker, it's difficult for us to say now what the cost implications will be. We are going on, we want to compile this plan program, Speaker, so that it can identify the cost more or less, what it could cost council in future, yeah. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Gous is covered. Any other comments? Briefly for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think I just want to understand if we are taking any responsibilities upon ourselves through this plan that should actually belong to Garden Route District Municipality. Sorry if I never made my question clear.
Municipal Manager, thank you very much.
Chairperson, if the councillor is talking about future costs, I can't say that now. As I've mentioned, the plan will definitely point that out and we'll bring it back to council for further resolutions in that regard, yeah.
Indeed, thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Any objections? Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Before council, we have item E245, Benevolent Park NPC, the nomination of a suitable community member to act as a director. The recommendation 122. Can I please ask for a proposer in this regard?
Sorry, Speaker, I propose.
We must nominate a director. Mayor, do you have a nominee?
Yes, I do, Speaker. I want to nominate Mr. Ivan October.
Thank you very much indeed, Executive Mayor, proposing with the nomination. Can I have a seconder for the Mayor's proposal, please?
Yes, you have, Madam Speaker, the side.
Alderman Boyson is seconding. Opening up for comments, question of clarity, engagements. I see the light of Councillor Gous.
Thank you,
Councillor Gous,
Speaker.
you may proceed. Thank you.
The ACDP votes against the item. I don't think we should be appointing community members to a board that the courts have actually found to be an illegal board.
Can I have order? Point of order granted to Councillor Botha. Can I have the red light to Councillor Botha? May I give you afterwards? May I proceed?
Madam Speaker, that statement is not objectively true. And this council is being misled by that information being presented in that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Gous.
Thank
wish
you,
to
Speaker.
withdraw?
No, Speaker. The whip is welcome to explain how it's not objectively true. If the courts found in favour of residents which a board wanted to eject, and the main finding was they never had the authority because they were not a legitimate board.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Noted. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I think the Councillor Gous is conflicting two issues to try and prove her own argument. So I think she should maybe supply council with that court ruling and where it's stipulated as she mentioned it. But she's definitely trying to mislead council.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order granted. You may proceed, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like the Mayor to withdraw that aspersion that I'm deliberately trying to mislead this council. That is not the truth.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. And then are you in a position to provide council with the confirmation of what you are saying? Can I have the red light to Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. I will provide via the Office of the Municipal Manager the findings of the court.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor, request to withdraw.
Speaker, no, I'm not going to withdraw. I will withdraw as soon as Councillor Gous have proven exactly the words that she used. The court case did not indicate that the body is illegal. They found in favor of the residents for administrative reasons, but I think we should get that in writing from her, and if she's right, then I'll definitely withdraw.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Gous will then via the MM provide the confirmation. Municipal Manager, can we add that to the action list?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. I rule as such. My apologies, Councillor Prince. I see your red light. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, ek wil vanoggend vra dat ons hierdie is 'n netelige saakie rondom die direkteurskap van Benevolent Park. Ek sal dit graag wil vra dat ons die publiek, die breër gemeenskap van Mossel moet betrek by die aanstelling van daai direkteur. Want as ons teruggaan en ons gaan kyk, die geskikte kandidaat moet regsadvies kan hê, finansiëel, administratiewe of 'n maatskaplike en 'n welstandsvermoë van 'n direkteur van Benevolent Park moet wees. So ek sal sê, voordat ons as die munisipaliteit van Mossel by onsself in die voet gaan skiet, kom ons neem dit uit na die breër gemeenskap. Laat die breër gemeenskap kan besluit wie is die geskikte kandidaat.
Thank you, Councillor Prince. Councillor Prince bringing a counter proposal asking for public participation for the nomination process. Is there a seconder for Councillor Prince? Councillor Buddha?
Thank you, Speaker. That is a ward councillor. We respect every ward councillor what is saying inside here. He say he must be respected. Thank you.
Councillor Buddha, are you there for seconding? INC seconding the counter proposal for public participation. Councillor Mkontu?
Madam Speaker, I just want to get a clarity. I've heard that there's a court case, all those things. And we as councillors, I never heard that we've been informed about that thing. I just want to get a clarity on that one.
Thank you very much. I made a ruling that the comments made by Councillor Gous based on a position of voting against this item be provided via the municipal manager in order for council to receive. You will know we have a monthly action list from the council meeting. So I've ruled that be placed on the action list, and Councillor Gous will then provide council with a court ruling. So everybody will receive it, Councillor Mkontu. We do not have it now, and we don't have it on record, but Councillor Gous will assist. Thank you very much. I have, my sincere apologies. Councillor Baron, I note your hand. Thanks, Councillor Mkontu. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the MOI, Memorandum of Incorporation, is clear that council must appoint the director. But I also hear the councillor what he's saying. I actually agree with him if this clause was not in the MOI. So therefore we will abstain as the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much. We have a proposal by the Executive Mayor with a nomination. It was seconded by Alderman Boyson. We have the ACDP against that proposal and the Freedom Front abstaining. We have a counter proposal by Councillor Prince as ward councillor, seconded by Councillor Buddha from the ANC. I'm therefore going to put the two proposals to vote in order to resolve. The proposal made by Councillor Prince for a public participation process to be followed and open it up to the community, seconded by Councillor Buddha. Can I please see the hands in favor of that proposal, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor Prince, you of course voting for your own proposal. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you very much. Is my count correct? 6. The proposal by the Executive Mayor with the nomination, seconded by Alderman Boyson. Can I please see those in favor by the show of hands? The vote outcome is thus: the proposal by Councillor Prince, seconded by Councillor Buddha, a vote of 6. Proposal by the Mayor, seconded by Alderman Boyson, a vote of 18. The ACDP is on record being against, and the Freedom Front is abstaining. Thank you very much. The item thus carries. Raadslid moet my nie slaan nie. Councillor Blau, do you wish to go on record? Abstaining. Councillor Blau is abstaining. My sincere apologies, Councillor Blau. Thank you very much. That concludes item E245. We are then on item E246, the cooperation agreement in Dokcraft, Utrecht University, and Mossel Municipality community-based substance use prevention and treatment program. We have the recommendations listed from 1 to 7, and point 4 is then very much clear in terms of the role of the Community Services Directorate. Can I have a proposal, please? Kan ek 'n voorstel kry vir item E 246?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Councillor Porta is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second it.
Thank you, Alderman Boyson. Opening up for comments, questions of clarity. No objections. I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while the ACDP welcomes this item to the Council chambers, I do want to just draw Council's attention and also the university's attention and the Mossel Bay Municipality's attention to the importance of protecting families in the prevention of drug abuse. We can't look at it as just being a chemical addiction. There is so much research now that shows us people that become addicted to substances are there because of direct circumstances where they've disassociated from society and from their families. And I want us to take cognizance of the fact that bad policies create bad laws, and bad laws have bad outcomes for our citizens. And for this reason, we should, in our personal capacity and when we vote, we should take a look at parties that want to protect the traditional natural family, which is the best environment for a child. Thank you.
Councillor Gous, your position therefore against, for, in support. My sincere apologies. Is there any other comments or questions of clarity from any member of council on this item? Councillor Blau.
Madam Speaker, ICAOSA welcomes this item, especially when reading and people are realizing and saying that, especially in Abbotsdale, and I think the councillors know by now that Abbotsdale is very close to my heart. So we have a long way to go, but this is a starting point. So thank you so much.
Absolutely, indeed. Any other comments? No objections? The item thus carries unanimously in the interest of our community. Thank you very much, councillors. That is much appreciated. We then move before council, item E247, amendment of council resolution E75 of May 2015, categorization of land use decision making and applications. For council to approve, we have our recommendations listed. One, two, three. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I propose this item.
Councillor Kutsia is proposing. Can I please have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Annie Jansen van Rensburg. Opening up to council for questions of clarity. Any comments in this regard? No objections.
Thank you.
I see the lights of Councillor Baron and then Councillor Gous in that order. You may proceed.
Freedom Front Plus abstain on this item.
The Freedom Front Plus is indicating that they are abstaining from this item. Councillor Gous?
Abstention, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. ICDP is abstaining. Anybody else? Any objections? The item carries with a majority vote. It is recorded that the Freedom Front and the ICDP is abstaining. Thank you very much. We then have item E248 before council for approval 1.1 and 2, honors bylaw commendation certificate to Johnny Burns. Councillor Liebenberg, I see your light.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to propose this item as Johnny is a young 17-year-old hockey player from Grootbrak. All his achievements are listed here in this item. I would like just to highlight one, and that he has been selected as part of the Aspire Sport touring team to travel to the Netherlands this October, where he will be competing internationally, and I think that's a very great achievement, and I think he's a mentor to other young hockey players in our region, so I would gladly propose this item E248. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liebenberg. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Liebenberg, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vir my altyd lekker om kinders te sien presteer. Die kind is in my wijk ook, so ek sekondeer dit met liefde. Okay.
Wijksraadslid ondersteuning vir die toekenning aan die jongman. Raadslid Boysen, Raadsheer Boysen.
Madam Speaker, dit is inderdaad soos raadslid Willie Liebenberg, as ook my collega Raadsheer Anton de la Myn sê, maar Madam Speaker, ons het hier 'n Sport Council gekies. 'n Sport Council wat waardeur hierdie goed moet werk. Ek sou wil hê dat ons in die vervolg maar deur die Sport Council werk, dat die Sport Council vir ons al die vorige nominations en goed, dat dit deur hulle moet werk. Baie dankie.
Your request is noted. Thank you very much indeed. Any objections?
Speaker.
My apologies, I did not see your light. Thank you, Councillor
Speaker.
Klassen.
Vergaan my net die geleentheid om net wanneer so 'n versoek deurkom. Ek wil net graag vir almal bewus maak. Ek sit ook op die Eden Sport Council panel en so 'n versoek moet ook deur hulle gaan en die persone wat ons nomineer moet geaffilieer wees by 'n Sports Council. Ek wil net graag hê dat ons die protokol reg moet volg, asseblief, as ons weer sulke aansoeke ontvang. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. It is noted. Your input is noted, and perhaps the message can be conveyed that the respective hockey organization or club for that matter can also join the sports structures. There is no objection to this achievement. Mayor, would you like to make a
Speaker,
comment?
I'm just worried that the matter might now dilute the congratulations. I think that's a side note. I don't think we should dilute the fact that we want to congratulate this boy.
Absolutely in agreement. I think the crux of the matter is his achievement. I've also highlighted or underlined it in pencil where he will go to the Netherlands, and I think we're all proud. So indeed, thank you very much. No objection for this achievement, and we will then proceed to the Office of Brunel for the relevant award. We are then at item E249. Request for cancellation of agreement regarding capital payment towards relocation of Power Town community by Heartland Development situated on the farm Fall Valley, number 219 Mossel Bay in Hartenbos by the Proprietary Limited. The recommendations are listed for council to take a decision. Can I please ask for a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the ward councillor, and if we read the recommendation, I want to propose this item. This is important that we must look after our Power Town residents. Thank you.
Ward councillor proposing for approval. Thank you, Councillor Annie Hansen van Rensburg. Can I please ask for a seconder?
Second Speaker.
Councillor Claassen is seconding. Any comments, questions of clarity? I see the light of Councillor Baron and Councillor Gous. You may proceed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We are not against this item. We just want, through you, maybe let the director explain to us what is the developer saying and what are we saying, because we went through this 4 or 5 times and we can't understand really what is going on here. Just a small explanation so that we can better understand.
Indeed, thank you very much for your question of clarity. I am going to Councillor Blau. You can add your question before I hand over.
I just also want, for clarity, Madam Speaker, what I'm reading is that the developers pay the money back to the municipality because they are not willing to accommodate those renters, so 150 families. So they've paid the money into the municipality's account, and afterwards the department said that this is not done right, and they still have to do that. My question is just, are the Power Town residents still there? Are they moved to Sonskin Valley yet, or is there's still an ongoing process?
Thank you very much. Can I have Director Venter? who's responding? Director Venter responding. And Mr. Prince to assist to the questions raised by Councillor Baron and Councillor Blau. Thank you very much.
Speaker, now the question by Councillor Blau, there are still definitely residents in Power Town as we know it, families residing at the Power Town location. And some has been a number of years back has relocated to Sonskin Valley. But there are still families at Power Town.
Thank you very much. Question of clarity by Councillor Baron. We gaan antwoord, Emma.
Speaker, no, thank you. This is what happened here. As put out in the item was an amount of. There was an agreement regarding the pay. It's about capital contributions, and it's about the amount of 17 million, more or less. Okay, and at that stage it was resolved that the people from Power Town will move to Sonskin Valley. That's the background, and as a result, it was no longer. It was deemed then. It will be no longer necessary for Heartland to accommodate those people. So instead of the social housing, they paid the money into the municipality's account to be utilized in Sonskyn Valley. But what happened then is this was subject there to that the department also proves it, the DETP, and they came back and they were of the opinion that they stand by their decision that the social housing needs still to be accommodated in Heartland. And as a result thereof, Heartland requested that that money, that 14 million that they've paid over, be refunded back to them. And so the decision, the recommendation here is that it be refunded to them on condition that they comply with the requirements set by DETP. That's in a nutshell.
Thank you very much for your response. Councillor Baron, very briefly, I will allow a follow-up.
Yeah, Speaker, the only problem that we have is the developer is still talking about social housing. But if you see the amount of money that he talk about, what is his social housing? 1.3 million for me is not social housing. That is the part that we don't understand. He want to incorporate the social housing. He said, yes, I will do it, but social housing, 1.3 million. That's how I understand it. Is that social housing or I don't understand?
Thank you very much. Mr. Frans?
No, that's a very valid question there by Councillor Baron. It's also of a concern, and I think the way, it's very important to note that agreement is now between the developer and the DETP. So they must comply to the conditions stipulated by DETP, and it must be the satisfaction of that DETP. But what we did is to comply with that, we brought in under item 8 that be strictly complied with by the developer, and then to cover us, we put in there to the satisfaction of the department, and then, but then very important, the Directorate Planning and Economic Development, so that we can have some kind of control over how the money, over what the development will look like.
Thank you. Very comprehensive feedback. For clarity, is there any other Councillor?
Speaker?
Where's the red light? Councillor Annie, then Councillor Buddha, then Councillor Gous. Councillor Annie?
Speaker, I want to say thank you to the municipality, town planning, and also to our, also the decision making here, that they look after, that they're looking after the money, that it's going to be in safe and good, that they can use it. And I have fully support that we're going to look after the Powertown residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jansen van Rensburg. Councillor Buddha.
Speaker, thank you. The story of the beneficiary of Powertown come a long way. I do understand one day when you are saying when is winter, the flood, the sea and the Seychelles River, it flood to that area. Later on, the municipality asked those people just to reallocate it in Sonskyn, and then they refuse. That family of 150 people. But now I see the money is withdrawn, but our position is going to be abstained because there's a lot of confusion in this thing. Powertown people, they were given a house on that side in Sonskyn once upon. And then the houses, they were staying there a long time, and then they were vandalized because they don't want to leave the graveyard on that side, as they said. So now the ANC position is just abstain.
Position of the ANC is that they are abstaining for reasons. ANC is abstaining for reasons mentioned by Councillor Buddha. Thank you very much indeed. Is there any objections?
Speaker?
Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to understand the impact on our budget. Although the item does say that this money was ring-fenced, I'd like to know, have we already used it, or is it still there to go against development contributions? And then the other thing I would like to, while I don't object to the item, I accept it, I'd like to just caution that we don't, in this instance, you know, we made a decision in the council chambers and then immediately implemented it, not realizing that Heartland was not going to get the permissions needed. And this could have bitten us very badly, that we rather in future wait until such permissions are received before we we actually implement such decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. I'm not gathering that you are objecting.
Speaker, my apologies. No, I'm not objecting at all. I just want to know regarding the budget implication.
ICDP requesting clarity on the budget implication. I don't have the CFO now. He has excused himself. Mr. Prince?
Yeah, I can't speak on the behalf of the CFO Speaker, but I just want to refer to item 10 under the recommendation. So the monies won't be paid back at once off. It will be paid as the clearance certificates are issued. So it will be over a time.
I think that suffices, Councillor Gous. Thank you very much. I have the ANC abstaining for reasons mentioned by Councillor Buddha. I have not heard any other objections. Clarity has been provided for the questions raised. The item thus carries unanimously. It is recorded that, my apologies, the item carries with a majority vote, and it is recorded that the ANC is abstaining. Thank you very much, councillors. That concludes the item on Power Town. We are at item E250. Please record that the CFO have excused himself as per the indication by the municipal manager in terms of interest. Before council is the waiver application for our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. S. Dace. We have our recommendations listed 1 to 8 with the relevant documentation attached thereto. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I will gladly propose. Thank you.
Alderman Furness, Portfolio Chairperson, proposing. Can I have a seconder? Can I have a seconder for Alderman Furness, please?
I'll second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Opening up for questions of clarity to council. I see no lights, no objections. Agree to the item carries. Please can we have
Speaker,
this?
sorry, ACDP abstains.
Thank you very much. ICDP is abstaining. We record as such. The CFO is then returning back to council. Thank you very much, councillors. We are on item E251. Before council is the Business and Events Committee. It's our section 67 committee. In terms of local government, the Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, transfers to the Events and Business Committee for the financial year 2025 and 2026. The recommendations before council to consider 1 to 15. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Councillor Botha is proposing for approval. Can I please ask for seconder?
Thank you, Speaker, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvumbu. I'm opening up for questions of clarity, comments. I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed. Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the item says that if this transfer is given, that the Mossel Bay Municipality receives no advertising or publicity. Can we explain why that's important, and how would this negate a Section 67 grant?
Thank you for your question of clarity, Councillor Gous. Mr. Prince, can you please assist?
Chairperson, apologies. Speaker, thank you. No, the reasoning being there is to be extra careful in applying Section 67 funding or donations, and to make sure that there is no allegations or statements made with regard to the provision of funding of services, and that's why it's specifically stated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Is there any other? Councillor Gous, brief
Yes, thank you,
opportunity
Speaker.
for follow-up.
A follow-up question then. I also understand it like that. So does that mean that when we've given grants to the Ironman, for example, and justified it by saying we're getting publicity, that then didn't really qualify for a Section 67 grant either?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Prince. Thank you very much.
The chairperson is going into a debate now regarding the Ironman, which is not on the agenda at the moment. But as far as an answer concerns, Section 67 is a grant without providing any services or bypassing the procurement process, and that's the essence of it. So it's without going into a debate with it. That's why the item is submitted and in front of you.
Thank you very much for the clarity provided. Councillor Blau.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Ik also welcomes this item as well because this festival has become now an annual highlight for the people of Tarka. And we know that they do need all the help that they can get. So I know there's red tape and stuff like that, but we know on the ground that this is really necessary for all people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blau. Any other input? Objections? In agreement, unanimously supported. Thank you very much. The item carries. We are then on item E252 before Council reviewed the Mossel by Municipality donation policy. For Council to consider the amendments, recommendations listed 1 to 4. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I will propose. Thank you.
Alderman Furness is proposing for approval. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Leroux. Opening up for comments and questions of clarity in terms of the amendments before Council. No objections. Agreed to. The item carries unanimously. Municipale bestuurder, waar gaan u? Okay, we can't have a council meeting if the MM is not present. Moet ons gou 30 secondes vir u wag? All good, Municipal Manager. You are the accounting officer. Thank you very much. The MM is back on his seat. MM, can I proceed?
Yes, it's.
Thank you very much. Item E253. Before Council, the proposed amendments for rules regulating the conduct of meetings of the Council of the Mossel Bay Municipality. An amendment to our current rules of order. Recommendations 1 to 3. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Council Whip is proposing. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. This side.
Alderman Boyson is seconding. Thank you very much. Opening up for questions of clarity and comments. Councillor Gous and then Councillor Baron in that order. Councillor
Thank you,
Gous.
Speaker. Can you confirm if this is going out on public participation?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Prince. Can I just have a response by Mr. Prince? Mr. Prince?
If I can get it. Thank
Can
you.
I have the red light for legal services? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, this is rules of order. This is policy in terms of council, and it doesn't have to go out on public participation. Thank you.
Understand as such. Thank you for that response. Thank you, Councillor Gous. Councillor Baron and then Councillor Mkontu.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, this is the only difficult point on the agenda today. It's very difficult. We obviously we can't support it because this is going against everything. Going against the IDP, going against our own rule of order, it's irregular, it's unconstitutional, it's unlawful. From the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we will obtain legal opinion about this. The only, and we will go to court. The only thing that I want to know from, through you, Speaker, from the MM, and is, we want to know, we want to find out where is this emanating from. Is the accounting officer, the municipal manager, and his director saying to councillors, opposition councillors, no, we don't want to work with you anymore, because this is what we propose here. We must work through the ruling party's councillors. So is the MM, because this is a court case, that's why we asked the question, is the MM and his director saying, opposition councillors that was elected by the community, we don't want to assist you. You don't come to our offices. It's against the rules of order. That's the question that we need to ask, because our legal want to know that, this, because the court will want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Baron. I am going to take questions from Councillor Konto and then Councillor Gous.
Madam Speaker, I think for side of the ANC is not a question. We have a lot of questions, even the previous that we normally use. We requested previously that before you do the amendment in Act and Rules of Orders, there must be a workshop so that we can engage. When we came on this platform of taking the decisions, at least we engage, we understand the law, we understand everything. Ours, we need a chance to be taken back because you are you're coming with a amendment. Can we given a chance to be workshop in regarding this?
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkonto. Councillor Gous.
Speaker, the ACDP wants to reiterate what the Freedom Front has asked. Where did these new changes to the rules originate? If it came from your office, I would be very surprised, because I feel that in the council chambers you have been impartial and you've treated us fairly. But this rule, these amendments to this rule, will inhibit elected representatives of the people of Mossel Bay from getting answers to questions that they have a right to have the answers to. As the Freedom Front has said, it conflicts with all this legislation. We've wasted time in, well, not wasted, it will be wasted, in workshops that Port Elizabeth has come to give, to, lecturers from the university have come to explain this legislation to councillors, explain what our responsibility is to the residents of the town, and our responsibility to the Mossel Bay Municipality. Speaker, the ACDP has also obtained a legal opinion, and we have also escalated the matter, and I'm in the process of writing a complaint to several different bodies about it. And I really want to ask the Democratic Alliance to reconsider, because they will be incurring legal costs on behalf of the residents with no legal rights to do so. And also, Speaker, with damaging the Democratic Alliance's perception or image out there. We speak about being a transparent and an accountable municipality and council, and yet these rules have now been brought to prevent answers that might embarrass the DA. That's the reality of it. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Gous, thank you very much indeed. The Speaker is impartial, and I think I have, to the best of my ability since I took office, ensured that I chair and lead this council as such. So in terms of that, Councillor Gous, your comment with reference to you would be surprised if it comes from my office. This is by the administration before council, for council to take a decision on, and council must decide. Just want that clarity on record. Your concerns has been noted, and also the information in terms of similar to the Freedom Front, obtaining legal opinions and then taking it to court. Any other comments?
Just a
Before
last.
I ask for a response,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Baron and then the Mayor.
Yeah, just a last comment from my side. Just also to ask, if you read through the stuff, then you can see it's actually a political thing. Although administration is bringing it to council, doesn't also make sense. But what I want to say is that I think we are living in a very good time. We had our troubles in Mossel Bay, and I think we must leave the troubles there outside. This thing, I can assure you, will bring big trouble. The community will come to this municipality in their masses. Let us stop this thing. This thing is not good for Mossel Bay. Let us go on and serve the community. Let them not rise up against us. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Executive Mayor and then Councillor Prince.
Speaker, then I would suggest that the community also rise up and march to Parliament. Because in Parliament, the amount of questions and how you ask questions is a lot more strenuous than in this municipality. Each and every council has got the right to apply and come up with their set of rules. This has been measured compared to Parliament, and it's been found that it's a lot more tedious to ask questions in in Parliament, sorry. But the question was asked, where does this come from, Speaker? Speaker, and yeah, we do not answer these questions. It's the administrative staff that needs to ask these questions. And surely there should be rules in terms of the amount of questions being asked. It's easy just to ask the question, but somebody then needs to take time and go and search for these answers. So I guess that's for the same reason why Parliament's also got rules in terms of how do you ask the questions, how many questions can you ask. So that's the very same reason, Speaker, it takes man-hours that costs somebody money to go and search for these answers. And some of these questions goes years back. I mean, you cannot as an organization just allow people to ask questions as they like and the amount they like. Surely that should be regulated in some or other way because it takes time. or the legal services or somebody must go and look for these answers. So, Speaker, this is, for me, it's not at all a very difficult item. It's a clear-cut, easy item. And like I say, then we should really have a problem with our Parliament also do it, because it's a lot easier to ask questions in Mossel Bay than in any Parliament in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Councillor Prince.
Speaker, we as the PA abstain, and we will put our weight with the Vrye Front Plus in the HCDP.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prince. The position of the Patriotic Alliance has been noted and recorded as such. I also just want to take this opportunity to say from my side, I think it would be unwise to not put it in perspective, because I don't want council in terms of what has been raised to create a perception to the public that councillors are now being mail-banned, because I don't think that can be the correct perception, and I want to put that on record. What is before council is amendments in terms of the process for councillors to ask questions. So I just want to ask, please don't mislead the public by raising those type of points in terms of saying that councillors who has been elected will not have that opportunity, because that process is in place. I think what is before council is a decision in terms of streamlining, and I really think it's important as the speaker to put that on record, because it absolutely is not the case. I see the light of Councillor Mkonta. I'll allow briefly to the point, and then Councillor Gous second by. Thank you very much, Councillor Mkonta.
Madam Speaker, I forwarded the request of the ANC. The reason to forward that request was one, based on these things, that when we take a decision as councillors, we are not children here. No one control us. We are all elected. The rules is not the rules that speak with other people, speak with us. So when we take rules, we must be workshop. We must be understand the person that came with the things that we must amend. They must be taking us to in confidence that why they said this law must be amended. So our request still stand that we request a workshop so that we cannot engage in this platform. We can just engage each other and convince each other on that workshop.
Thank you very much. A counter proposal with a request for a workshop. Can I have a seconder for the ANC?
I will second it.
I'll give you an opportunity now. Just want a seconder for Councillor Mkonta.
Yes, Speaker. Yeah, we see the rules here. Really, they are very difficult. And then, yeah, our position first was saying that let us refer the item back so that we can put our minds and then so look at the advisors to advise us. So now, yeah, if it's possible, we can just give us first the workshop so that we can see what we can do. Really, we don't want to work on a bomb where it's going to burst us in our face.
Thank you very much. Council must take their decision. There has been a proposal and a seconder. You're making a counter proposal, and I will deal with it as such. Last part, Councillor Gous. Oh, the red light is with Councillor Baron, sorry.
Can I speak? Speaker, we still don't know, I didn't receive an answer. We still don't know what will we do after this meeting. Are we, as the councillors now, we can't go to directors, we can't go to MM, we must work through the DA councillors. We still don't have an answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Exactly my point around wrong perception. So I am going to ask that the MM and Mr. Prince respond to that. So I'm just parking what Councillor Baron has raised in terms of his clarity. If council takes this decision now, does it mean that councillors cannot communicate with directors in the MM? Councillor Gous, your last point, and then I'll have the accounting officer respond. Thank you very much.
Speaker, I can't understand the confusion because the rules that the ACDP voted against, twice now we voted against accepting these rules, specifically because our questions have to be addressed to a DA chairperson of a directorate, of a portfolio, in order to get answers. And when councillors have asked a director directly for an answer, letters have come from your office telling us that that is not acceptable. So for us to now act as if opposition councillors don't have to work through DA councillors to get answers from the administration, that is disingenuous. Then, Speaker, the ACDP does support the call for a workshop. At the very least, opposition councillors should have an opportunity to explain why we, on behalf of residents, ask the questions we ask. It's to keep the governing party accountable, and it is to ensure that ratepayers' money is spent in a manner that's sustainable and above board. Thank you.
Councillor Gous, I take exception to what you have raised. It is my responsibility as a speaker when administration bring issues before me or to my attention in terms of how respective departments have to respond and do things as per request by councillors, whilst we have one, the Code of Conduct for Councillors and council rules. So indeed, my office will, of course, when those type of complaints and issues come, address the matter, and the current rules are clear in terms of that specific process, but I think there, in many instances from this council chamber, has been a clear position from our accounting officer and the mayor and myself also for councillors to engage and communicate, and councillors do that. I mean, I get various requests and issues from councillors, either walk-ins or through email, which I process in support of them, particularly because I'm the chairperson of the ward forum for the council. So ek waardeer nou nie raadslid Gous u opmerking in daai verband nie, en ek gevoel ek wil dit op rekord plaas. Baie dankie. Ek gaan vir Councillor Botha, I'll allow you and then the accounting officer to respond in terms of what was raised by Councillor Baron and the other input made by the other councillors before I proceed to put the two proposals to vote. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if you look at how this council has progressed, even today, how many opportunities were there given to parties that have almost no support in this town to ask multiple questions? We have been very accommodating as the DA, more so than any other council. I challenge them to find a council where the DA is not in control, where another party is in control, and show where they entertain opposition councillors with more respect and more dignity than we do here. So if we talk about disingenuous, it would be incredibly disingenuous to say that we have not been extremely accommodating in this council.
In addition, specifically the Speaker of this council, therefore I take exception to what has been raised by Councillor Gous, because at numerous occasions she personally has thanked me for the manner in which I lead this council. So I reject it this morning. Thank you very much. Please switch off your light, Councillor Gous. I'm going to ask the accounting officer and then Mr. Prince to respond. Thank you very much.
Ek wil net 'n korreksie maak,
Councillor
Speaker.
Prince, can you please switch off your light? I'll have the accounting officer respond, the municipal manager, and then Mr. Prince, our legal advisor. I'll give you an opportunity thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. To answer Councillor Baron's question, of course, councillors have got the right to come to the accounting officer. We'll never chase you away. I think the item on the agenda, Speaker, has to do with the council's rules of order, and it addresses 3 specific rules, only 3 of the, I don't know how many rules there are. It's Rule 42, Rule 51, and then Rule 69. It's only those 3. And Chairperson, Speaker, I think you've touched on the point where you said that questions can be asked, but it's not the councillors answering it, it's the administration. And there were instances, Chairperson, where you give information out and the next moment it's in the public domain. Now, we must protect our employees in this municipality, Speaker. I was already fired once. I don't want to be fired again because in the end there's a responsibility and accountability on me. People can ask, where does this information come from? And that's the reason, Speaker, why we on Rule 69 specifically ask that councils must give reasons why they want this information so that it doesn't get abused on social media. It's very, very hard, so Speaker, if you give out information and the next moment it's all over social media. So to answer the question, Councillor Baron, you are welcome. I've never shown you the door. You come to me without an appointment. If I'm there, I assist you and so on. So I just want to bring that under the attention of Council, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Mr. Prince, would you like to add anything?
Yes, Speaker, I just would like to add, just take note that the proposals to council is the ones that's in bold. It's not the remaining is as the rules of orders are at the moment. So it's not the 2 new pages, it's only the ones in bold that's proposed and to be considered.
Thank you very much. In addition, clarity confirmed as per the that it is Rule 42, 57, and 69. So it's not all the rules of order, but amendments to those three specific rules. Councillor Prince, my sincere apologies. I'll allow you your second part. So
Okay,
please give
thank
your
you.
input.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we as the Patriotic Alliance, we are not in support of this item.
Thank you very much for that clarity. We then have on record both the Freedom Front and the Patriotic Alliance indicating that they are against. I have, Councillor Gous, do you want to go on record? I am going to put the two proposals to vote, but I will allow you to also go on record, and then Councillor Blau also. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just on a point of personal explanation, you are correct that I have thanked you in the past, and I continue to do so, for the manner in which you conduct our council meetings and the fact that you allow us opportunity to express, even though it's a small amount of voters, according to the work, their opinion and represent them in the council to the best of my ability. So I thank you for that. That has never been in question. Speaker, on the point of personal explanation, what I said was that it is part of the rules, and it has been part of the rules for all the years that I've been here, since 2016, that I cannot send a question directly to any director sitting there. I have to send it to the DA chairperson and the director. That is the rule, and that's all I said. Speaker, then the ACDP supports the ANC's call that we do a workshop. And I cannot understand why DA councillors wouldn't want a workshop on this matter. It might be because it doesn't affect them at all, and it only affects the opposition councillors.
Thank you very much. I was copied. Thank you. You can proceed, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, we all follow the same procedure. We send it to the chairperson and CC the director. That's always been the case. That's how I work as ward councillor. I've never had any special privilege to circumvent, so I abide by the rules. And I must thank the administration because they've always provided the answers. I don't understand, Madam Speaker, in this country there are a lot of municipalities where there are never responses to anyone. But in this municipality, where the municipality does respond and does answer councillors, they're just asking that it be done in a structured way. This big hoo-ha is being made about it. I just don't understand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Ek wil net vir raadslid Baron net een voorbeeldjie wys of van noem of melding van maak. So ek het op die 27ste Augustus het raadslid Gous aan die munisipale bestuurder geskryf en vrae gevra en meneer Prince se kantoor ingekopie en nie die portfolio chairperson nie. So ek verwerp die persepsie dat raadslede in hierdie raad gemailband word om net deur portfolio chairpersons te werk, soos per die reëls, die ordereëls. Die munisipale bestuurder sluit my in die kommunikasie, dis hoekom ek dit weet, ek het sopas my e-pos opgemaak, so ek word gekopie in die response en ek sien die relevante raadslid se vrae wat direk aan die munisipale bestuurder gerig is, ten spyte van die feit dat ons huidige ordereël sê deur die relevante portfolio chairpersons. Ek is bitter teleurgestel dat ons in hierdie raad leuns vertel deur verkeerde persepsies daar buite te gee. En dit is nogals vir my vir vandag diep teleurstellend. Ek deel hierdie voorbeeld met die raad en spesifiek met u raadslid Baron, sodat ek kan bevestig dat ek bewus is dat raadslede wel die geleentheid en voorreg het om met die administrateurs van hierdie munisipaliteit te kommunikeer, sonder dat die spreker hoef briefies te gee of 'n klap op die vinger deur te sê, onthou raadslid, u het nou verkeerd gehandel, u moes dit gedoen het. Ek gee dit as 'n voorbeeld, sodat ek net die persepsie wat nou verkeerd is rondom hierdie debat net kan regstel. Baie dankie. Rooi van raadslid Boysen, u kan voortgaan.
Madam Speaker, ek is ook een van die voorsitters. Maar we raadslid kan zien dat het te hulp is. Dat ons, als die vraag ook hier ons gaan, met die e-mail die voorbij ons gaan bij die directeur, dat ons kan zien, dat onze een goede oorzichtrol kan spelen, dat ons kan zien, dit wat deurgegee is, dat het gedoen kan worden. Dat is alles in belang van dienstlevering.
Dankie vir u inset, raadslid Baron.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Misschien moet ik voor 1 seconde pat langs praat.
U kan.
Ik denk, Madam Speaker, ik het al voor jou in persoon gezegd dat ik denk jij doet een brilliant job. En ik het eindelijk zo ver gegaan om te zeggen, jij buigt te ver achteroor. Maar dat is die issue niet. Die issue is nie, laat onze speaker nie geleenthede gee nie. Sy gee genoeg en te veel. Die probleem is wat hier op skrif staan. Dis die probleem wat ons het. Ons sê, as ons die dag verantwoordelik gehou word vir dit wat hier staan, dan raak het 'n probleem. En ek wil ook sê, onze directors, even na ons, hoeveel keer gefight het in die raad oor die goed, sê hulle vir ons, man, kom net na ons toe en kom haal die goed wat julle nodig het. So hulle steur hulle self eers aan die ding, want hulle voel ook as onregverdig. So dis nou maar net kaalkop gestel. Thank you.
Kennis geneem, dankie. Wie die Royler, Raadslid Boeda en dan Bouwmeester. Then I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much. We've exhausted the debate. I see Councillor Boeda standing to address the council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we saw these rules. We're not saying we must pass to the portfolio chair. We keep on coming here because we are leading to a disadvantaged community. Time and again, it's us who come to the officials. Madam Speaker, as my colleague was saying, the ANC said just give us the time so that we go through to the workshop. Is that thing difficult? Madam Speaker, I don't want to offend anybody here. Look what is happening. When I come time and again here, we've got a full-time councillors. But you only find that the full-time councillors, they are not on their offices. So although they are full-time councillors, they're supposed to come at 8 to 3:45 to knock it out. So as you are lenient to us, you are lenient to them because they are full-time councillors. They're supposed to fill the offices in the morning till late. So we are saying now here, we want just a workshop so that you can go these 3 rules so that it must not be just a red tape to us so that we find it difficult to talk to other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Boeda. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. I think it's on record. It's the email you referred to by Councillor Gous. There's obviously numerous of those, and I'm also copied in, and I also see MM's answers. So that's why I'm aware of the amount of questions that's been asked continuously. So it is true, there is direct access, and like the Whip also mentioned, I want to thank the administration and the MMCs that they're willing to answer questions. The Whip's quite right that sometimes I even experience it when I write some letters to ministers that you don't get any feedback, unfortunately. And obviously it should not be like that. I think if there's a request for a workshop, Speaker, I don't see why we cannot have a workshop. It's only a few small changes, as been mentioned. But from my side, I just want to mention that within a bureaucracy, it only works as well as there is order in the system. There's a reason why we've got various systems, how we ask questions, how we run this town and this council. Even when I engage, I work through my chairpersons. So I don't see what's the problem by councillors doing the same. That chairperson is responsible in terms of oversight of that portfolio. And they must be aware of what's the question, what's the burning issues, that they can also be accountable and answer. So I don't see what is the problem with that chairperson. It's a system. It is a DA councillor, but it's also a chairperson of a portfolio. Now, I don't know of any other organization, speaker, where you ask questions without working through the chairperson, if you want it to be disciplined. What's the chairperson then for? There's a chairperson to obviously ensure that the portfolio is functioning well within the bureaucracy, within the rules chairperson. So this is a simple matter of organizing how things are run, that it's not chaos in this town and in this council.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. We have exhausted the debate. I am going to request it's not my decision to take and make it's a council decision. So councillors just also note that there's a request from the ANC to the proposer, Councillor Botha, and the seconder, Alderman Boyson. Are you open to the request of the ANC in terms of a workshop? Executive Mayor?
Speaker, we can have the workshop explaining, but from the DA caucus side, we are happy. I mean, it's only 2-3 words, that's been few sentences that's been changed, so we're happy, we understand. But if there's a request for a workshop, we will gladly attend, but we're ready to take the decision from the DA side.
Thank you very much. I'm putting the proposal by Councillor Botha, seconded by Alderman Boyson, to a vote for these 3 amendments to the current rules of order. Can I see your support in terms of showing of hands for that proposal by Councillor Botha? As u hand is af, nee, raadslid blauw, net seker maak. 18 in support the proposal by Councillor Mkontu, seconded by Councillor Botha for a workshop in terms of the 3 amendments. By the show of hands.
Speaker, can we call for names along with the voting, please? Thank you. A division of the votes. Thank you.
Councillor Botha, we start with you for head count for the proposal of Councillor Mkontu.
Yes, Speaker, I was told that the mayor of this town will give a direction that we can find a workshop without voting us.
No, he says that he said that.
He said the DA is right. We don't have a problem.
Councillor Botha, we on a head count vote.
Witness Botha.
Thank you very much.
The shop.
Councillor Mkondo, Zwandile igama. Mna ndifuna ukuyibeka kwinto yonke eyenzekayo edibene ne-amendment. I-amendment ezakwenzeka kumele kubekho i-fairness. Kumele kubekho i-fairness kwi-amendment ezakwenzeka. Whether i-act noba i-workshop, kumele kubekho i-fairness. So ngumzandile Mkondo.
Point of order granted to Councillor Botha. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you've made a ruling. I would ask all councillors to please abide by that and just indicate in the voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Baron.
Yeah, Rule 59, personal explanation. I think we are mixing 2 matters here. The DA made a decision about the point 253. So we must decide as council whether we abide by the changes or not. The DA already vote, so we must vote for that. The the workshop that we will have is another matter. The DA agrees with the workshop matter. They will maybe vote against it, with it. So that's two different matters. Thank you.
Can we continue with the head count for the proposal of Councillor Mkontu? Councillor Blau, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. ICOSA supports the workshop. Thank you.
Dank u. Volgende.
Councillor Jeanette Gous from the ACDP votes against accepting these draconian rules.
Rashid Prins.
Councillor Prins steun dit.
Baie dankie. Councillor Baron.
Councillor Baron, Freedom Front Plus, against the changing of the rules.
Thank you very much, Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, thank you. Councillor Limburg, against the changing of the rules.
Thank you very much. That concludes the vote. We have the position of those against. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is recorded as such. And those in favor of the proposal by Councillor Botha, seconded by Councillor Boyson, 18. Thank you very much. That concludes the item. Thank you very much, councillors.
Madam Speaker,
Oh,
I
my
didn't
sincere
vote.
apologies, Councillor Machesini.
Councillor Dubula, I support the proposal of the Councillor Mkondo. Councillor Zitulele Machesini, I support the proposal of Councillor Mkondo.
We then amend the 7 total to 9. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. We move to the next item, item E254, declaration as a nature reserve in terms of section 23(3) of the National Environmental Management. This is Protected Areas Act, Diosma Nature Reserve. Can I have a proposer, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I second with absolute gratitude. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. Opening up for comments, question of clarity. Any objections? None agreed to. Thank you very much. Councillor Kutsia then excuse himself from the chambers. Item E255 out. Oh, it's Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sincere apologies. You can excuse yourself. Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. We first with item E255. Yes. The outcome of the alleged breach of code of conduct by Councillor van Dijk. We have the recommendations listed 1, 2, 3. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose the item.
Councillor Setunsha, thank you very much. Seconder.
Thank you, Speaker. Second.
Councillor Reuters, is there any comments? No objections? Agreed to. Thank you very much. Tasha, kan die raadslid van Dijk vir my inbring asseblief? Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. We then at item E256, outcome alleged breach of code of conduct, Councillor Kutsia. The recommendations listed before council. 1 to 5, can I please have a proposer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose the item.
Councillor Setunsha is proposing. Can we have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Speaker. You do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvumbu. Is there any comment from any councillor? No objections? Agreed to. Item carries. Tasha, vir my raadslid terugbring asseblief. We are then at the end of the open council meeting, and I have granted permission for Councillor Botha to present to council 2 motions and an additional 2 items for in committee. Councillor Botha, you may proceed. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, before I proceed, can the DA caucus ask for a 10-minute caucus, please?
Council will then at 2 o'clock reconvene. Caucus granted to the DA. We will return to the open council meeting to proceed with the motion before we go into committee. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We're now reconvening just after 2 o'clock. Councillor Botha from the DA has requested a caucus. I will now grant him an opportunity to proceed as we are at the end of the agenda for the open council meeting. Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the indulgence. I would ask the administration to please assist us just in handing out copies of the motions, and then we will proceed. I'm going to hand over to Alderman Furness to proceed with the first motion.
Thank you very much. Is our administration ready to assist? Yes. Okay, thank you, councillors. We will then get the documents and then proceed with the first motion. Thank you.
Okay. Can I read it in? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, Madam Speaker, it is the amendment of the customer care.
Alderman, ja, jy's bietjie te vinnig vir my nou, raadslid, met jou Daytona spoed. Just break a bit. Alderman Furness, I just want every councillor to receive the document. Thank you very much.
You'll be happy with me after this one. You're going to like it.
Yes, Councillor Ponto.
Oh, jeez.
Is correct.
Oh, oh, oh.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
I'll take the knife out my back now.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you to our legal department. Just want to make sure that every director also have one. Every councillor has one. Alderman Furness, over to you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my motion is the amendment of the Customer Care Credit Control Debt Collection Indigent and Tampering Policy, Payment Arrangements and Auxiliary. I ask that that the motion to which attention has been directed be considered forthwith as a matter of exigency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, indeed you have one, the site.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson. Counter proposal? None agreed to. You may proceed to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is a momentous day. It's a day that I think many of us have been waiting for. Madam Speaker, this also forms part of our growth strategy to make things easier, to make things more accessible, to help our administration. Madam Speaker, for the last 6 years that I've been the MMC of Finance, I've seen how the people out there are struggling. I've seen that our community, there's a definite need. People are in trouble, and I don't think there's one person in this chamber that can rightfully sit here today and say we have not had financial troubles at some point in our lives. All of us had it, some of us just more publicized than others. So, Madam Speaker, this policy is aimed at helping people in distress. When I came into this council, Madam Speaker, I always said, I'm there to help the poor, people in distress and the elderly. And today, I do that. Madam Speaker, what I would just like to take the time and extend my sincere thanks to Colin Piren, CFO Selwyn Tace, the Dedicated Revenue Department, Yanni Fourie, Yaku Swanepoel, Ruan Pienaar, Marinay Vosloo, and Velma Botma. These people have done so much for us. I know I've got my colleagues nodding their head across here. How many times Ruan has helped us, Velma, Marinay, we can mention it time after time. We've dealt with people in terrible situations. And Madam Speaker, it's not nice to talk about financial distress. It's horrible. It's a tough situation. And we are now making a change to help people. So Madam Speaker, if you do not mind, I'm going to read in my story. Sorry, I am waffling a bit because this is something that, I mean, it's very close to me. So, you know, as I say, there's been many days, many nights where people phone me. I get calls from colleagues. I mean, people are sitting there with blocked meters, and they've got young kids in the house. They're sitting there. They've got elderly family, and they're just too ashamed to actually just talk up and say, "Listen, we have a problem," and this will alleviate. This is going to help take that pressure off us as councillors, and also help the community, Madam Speaker. As I say, this has come at great sacrifice. The last 6 years have been tough for me, Madam Speaker. Dealing with these calls constantly, the personal stress I go through when I'm having to see the poorest of the poor struggle. When you're listening to a guy crying, it doesn't matter. This is not just specifically just Kwan Guava Aslam, Madam Speaker. I had a guy, excuse me, I try not to get emotional about this stuff, but you know, when somebody phones you, a grown man phones you crying because he can't put power on his meter, it hits your heart, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, today, I would like to present this motion. The purpose of this motion is to amend the customer care, credit control, debt collection, indigent and tampering policy as approved by Council item in E141/05-2025. The proposed amendments to relate to the payment arrangements and auxiliaries. The whole idea behind this policy, Madam Speaker, is the current policy as it stands. We did make a change in the last policy to try to help people, but we've taken a step further, colleagues, is raise and recover in respect of arrear municipal taxes and other municipal levies and tariffs and duties in respect of services such as water, refuse and sanitation via the following percentages as determined by the Council of the value of units purchased for electricity allocated to any arrears. Category 1 was 30 days, was 55%. Category 2 was 60 days, 70%. Category 3 was 90 days, 85%. And Category 4 was 120 days, full block. Now, Madam Speaker, what we are proposing is the following, Madam Speaker. That Category 1 remains at 55%. Category 2 remains at 60. Category 2 at 60 days is 70%. Category 3 is 90 days or older, stays at 85%. And we do not, and then Category 4 then changes to the municipality reserves the right to block prepaid meters at its discretion in the following instances. Now, colleagues, please let's be aware of this. Where the customer has not paid an outstanding deposit, where there is an unresolved or ongoing water leak on the property, where the auxiliary amount being deducted from the prepaid purchases does not reduce the arrear debt on the account sufficiently, where the water supply cannot be restricted successfully. Madam Speaker, this is just for prepaid meters, not for credit meters, Madam Speaker. So in essence, we will be removing the block from people. So people will still pay 85% from their units will get taken, but that should suffice to let them ask questions, contact the councillors, contact the administration, and drive them. Madam Speaker, we won't be sitting here with a situation again where a father sits there over a weekend. I mean, as I said, it was a gentleman in one of the other wards across the water, and calling me crying. And I mean, luckily we were able to help him because his indigent application went in. But I mean, you won't be sitting with situations like that. You'll still be able to get power. It's not going to be a lot, but there's still, you can at least keep the rights running. So in essence, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that Council considers my proposal and forgot recommendations after reading that song and dance. Sorry, getting very, jeez, look how much I have to read here. So here we go, recommendations. Okay. That the following amendments to the customer care, credit control and debt collection, indigent and tampering policy, as approved by Council item E141-05/2025 be considered. 1.1, that the current section 8.15b of the policy be replaced with the following. Raise and recover payments in respect of arrear taxes, other municipal levies, tariffs and duties in respect of services such as water, refuse and sanitation via the following percentages as determined by the Council, that the values of units purchased for electricity be allocated to any arrears. Number 1, account within 30 days, 55%. Number 2, account within 60 days, 70%. Number 3, account with debt of 90 days or older, 85%. Point 4, that the municipality reserves the right to block prepaid meters at its discretion for the following specific instances: where the consumer has not paid an outstanding deposit, where the unresolved or ongoing water leak on the property, where there is an ongoing water leak on the property, where auxiliary amount being deducted from prepaid purchases does not reduce the arrear amount on arrear debt on the account sufficiently, where the water supply cannot be restricted. Then 1.2, that the current section 9.4e of the policy be replaced with the following wording: debtors who default on 2 occasions in respect of the arrangements made on the same debt will be denied the privilege of making further payments that any on that debt, and that the full amount becomes due and payable. Any payment arrangement may be made up to date to be reinstated. The accounting officer and the CFO have the discretion to grant permission to a debtor who enters into additional payment arrangements agreed upon terms. So colleagues, remember, it's now currently 2 AODs. Now we're giving the CFO and the MM the discretion to sign another AOD. That a number of payment arrangements may be granted subject to approval of both the accounting officer and chief financial officer. Then point 2, that the prescribed participation process be followed, where after the item be referred back to Council for consideration, that the delegated powers be awarded to the municipal manager as an interim arrangement to finalize the amendment of the policy to exercise his discretion to grant permission to the debtor to enter in any additional payment arrangement agreed upon terms, and that a number of payment arrangements may be granted. And Madam Speaker, that is my lovely story done and dusted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Furness, for your proposal and addressing council. Before I call for a second, I think I'll fail in my duty if I don't acknowledge the fact that I think it's serving with you, it's the first time ever that one, I have experienced you very calm. I've never heard you speak like you've just spoken now. And it is clear that it's from a point of emotion. But I really want to acknowledge that, Councillor Furness, you would understand I always have to deal with your swearing and all that things. So I think I must acknowledge you now, because for a minute there you also had me almost in tears. Thank you very much. Well done. Can I ask for a seconder, please?
This side, Madam Speaker, I understand the emotions of my fellow Councillor Alderman Furness. Madam Speaker, maar bygesê ook, voor ek nou secondeer, is dat ek dink dit is 'n verligting. 'n Verligting vir al hierdie raadslede wat vandag hier sit. Dit beteken eintlik basies tussen hakkies dat daar nie regtig meer krag geblok kan word behalwe by uitzonderlike gevalle. Madam Speaker, wil ek vir die DA caucus ook sê baie dankie dat julle die dapper daad gedoen het om hierdie mosie vandag te bring om die armstes van die armstes naar buiten te kan help. Daar met hierdie woorde, Madam Speaker, wil ek hierdie mosie secondeer.
Dankie, Raadsheer Poyser. I am now opening up for comments and questions. Thank you very much, councillors. I see the lights of Councillor Buda and then Councillor Gous in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I hope this motion, it favor also the three categories of indigent. That is one. Two, my question is here. Like me, I'm saying the house is not in my name. The title deed is not in my name. The bill is not my name. But I pay 1.5. So now I come into a house here, if got areas. So I fighting 1.5 because we agreed with Ruan, so that I must pay 1.5. So what happening if now it comes a letter to me, say, you are a councillor, areas, what happened to me? Because that house I can be chased anyway. The approval in Cape Town is not my name, the bill is not in my name, the title is not in my name. So what happening if now they are just complaining of the areas since I'm a councillor? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I note your light, Council work. Councillor Mkonto and then Councillor Botha, then Councillor Gous. Councillor Mkonto.
Madam Speaker, ndifuna ukubhekisa through wena phaa ku-fairness.
Just a minute. Just give me a second, Councillor Mkonto. Don't also now be the rush. No, I'm kidding. You can proceed. Thank you so much.
Kucacile unayo le nto kuthiwa yi-fairness. Ngenxa yento yokuba ukwazile ukuyimamela yonke le nto besoloko siyikhwaza siyi-ANC. Into yoba abantu bakuthi bayasokola pha. Bavalelwa amanzi, bavalelwa umbane. Makubekho indlela yokukhawulelana ne-situation seyabo. Masibulele ngobu-fairness bakhe. Thank you.
Are you being baptized there, Alderman Furness? Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, this motion is specifically to what Alderman Furness has raised regarding the matter of Councillor Buddha regarding not living in the property. If we remember, there is a council decision that there's a pilot project in which the municipality is trying to address that aspect. So we will wait for that report to come back to council, and then we'll take that particular aspect from there, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha, for assisting with that. Councillor Gous, you were trying to get a red light. Okay, Councillor De Bula and then Councillor Gous.
Madam Speaker, sikwazi ungahlomuli. Madam Speaker, le motion ifikileyo apha eneneni iphungule umthwalo. And eneneni izosolva ingxaki zabantu bakuthi. Besiquqile apha sizokwathi councillor sizisabantu. Ngakumbi lamagama ayowamenshina uchairperson weportfolio apha e-finance. Ngabantu abathobeke kakhulu. Esifuna uba umsebenzi wabo bawenze kakuhle kakhulu siyawuqhwabela idlanza. Kude ufike ixesha because le report isuke phaa kubo izize kule ndawo. Siyayibulela into enenzileyo. Sulozo Nyembezi mfana wami. uThixo uza kusikelela.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Debula also thanking the portfolio chairperson for bringing this motion to council. Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, lots of emotion in the council chambers today, and I understand why. I do, however, want to raise three matters. One, the fact that debt pack is actually the noose around residents' necks when they fall into bad debt with this municipality. And while we continue to pay debt pack millions to recover bad debt, and they place these onerous fines and extremely high these auxiliary rates deducted and all these kind of things, although I understand that's a council decision, but their cost to the residents of this town that are paying their accounts, but also the fact that it basically keeps people in a constant cycle of debt. Once they've been given over to debt pack, they can almost never get out of it. That's my biggest problem. So while this is wonderful, we're saying we're not going to put anybody's electricity off, except I hope still those people that are stealing electricity illegally. I have to express my concern that this money is not coming, it's not falling out of the sky. We are, by this method, we are actually going to be asking other residents to pay for the electricity usage of people that can't pay. Now, I understand this, and I understand the predicament that we're in. I see we are going out on public participation, but I really hope that my objection to the restrictions and the noose around the neck of debt pack needs to be urgently addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous, for your inputs and comments made. I didn't hear you objecting. Your points are noted and recorded. Councillor Prince, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Speaker, ek wil vanmiddag sê, ek wil dankie weer eens sê vir Councillor Furnace vir die inisiatief wat geneem is. Maar ons moet in gedagte hou dat DEPEC is ons mense nie vriendelik nie. So ons moet op 'n punt begin, en die punt is nou vanmiddag gemaak binne in hierdie raad. En weer eens baie dankie vir die gewone man na buite. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Prince, Patriotic Alliance. Vote of thanks to Alderman Furnace also for this motion. I think at this point in time, and Mayor, I will inform Council that we did add an internal EXCO meeting around the service provider, which is DEPAC. And what you have been raised to us put on the table, it was facilitated by the CFO, his team, the Councillor Furnace, the Mayor, myself, and I can confirm that the CFO is looking into that matter because it was a discussion. Those concerns have reached us, and we definitely busy addressing it, and I think there will be a report back to Council. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Blau.
Ek wil ook net sê baie dankie vir die inisiatief. Ek het eintlik 'n smile wat ek nie vanoggend 'n smile gehad het. Dit is baie dankie. En dit is, ek weet nie of ek dit gaan reg sê nie, maar dit is wat ek noem die Bato Pele principles. Ons mense eerste sit, want ons almal is net mense. En as daai human factor gaan vergeet, dan wat soek ons in die council? Hoekom het mense vir jou gestem? So weer eens baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Blau, for reminding us of why we are here. Indeed, very much relevant. Ons hou nog mense, dis 2:30 in die middag. Dis 'n eerste vir ons, maar daar is geen tak in die raadslid Boeda. Councillors, is there anybody else? As it Baronne saam met my moeg. There's no objection. It is welcome that the item will go out on public participation. And we then conclude on the matter with Council supporting it unanimously. And once again, well done to Councillor Furnace and the finance team. Thank you very much. That concludes our first motion. The second one, Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The administration came to us with a concern, and this was the quickest way, was to do this motion of exigency to bring the matter to the attention of the full council so that everyone can be knowledgeable about what's happening. So without further ado, the topic is the lapsing of development rights, portion 7 of Farm 252, Great Brack River, for the purpose of developing a group housing and general residential complex, and that the matter to which attention has been brought be considered forthwith as a matter of exigency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Can I have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I do second the motion.
Thank you very much, Alderman Talamain. Is there any counter proposal or objection? None agree to Councillor Gous? If you have any, all right. Thank you very much. We then afford Councillor Potter the opportunity. MM. Dit is laat in die dag, ja.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to hand over to Legal Services just to give a brief overview of the item so as to inform Council about the matter.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Prince, you may proceed.
Speaker, yes, thank you. In brief, I think the recommendation is quite comprehensive, and it's simply a matter relating to vesting of rights. There was an application in terms of council resolution way back in 2015 whereby rights was granted for the development of a portion of land, and then the granting of rights is for a period of 5 years, which then lapsed 5 years later, and it was extended for 5 years, and it will lapse now by the end of September. What happened then is ownership changed, and there's a new owner, and it's as represented by Dr. Roux, and they approached the municipality regarding the utilization of the rights and the steps required to secure the development rights on the property. And they also supplied a legal opinion supporting their request, but we were very uncomfortable with this, and we approached our own council to obtain their opinion, what's the position. And in terms of the opinion, as stated there under recommendations 5.1 and 5.2, it's simply the opinion that they will have to comply firstly with all the conditions stipulated in the original council decision of 2015, and then also they must comply with all the recommendations or stipulations in terms of the bylaw. And then secondly, that we inform them as such. The reason being for this motion is simply that if we wait until next council, it will be by the end of September, and that will be too late.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Prince. Councillor Potter.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Given that background and that the attention has been brought to the full council, the recommendations are thus as follows. 1. That it be noted in terms of Council Resolution TT 6909 of 2015, development rights was granted for the portion of 7 of Farm Searles 252 Great Brack River for the purpose of developing a group housing and general residential complex. 2. That it is noted that the validity period of the approval was extended for another period of 5 years in terms of Section 15 of the Mossel Bay Municipality Bylaw on municipal land use planning until 30 September 2025. That it be noted that ownership of the subject property changed recently, and that the new owner, as represented by Dr. Roux, approached the municipality regarding the utilization of the zoning rights on the property and the necessary steps required to secure the development rights on the property. The municipality was also supplied with a legal opinion obtained by the new developer in this regard. That it be noted that as a result of the engagement with the municipality by the new owner to secure his development rights on the property, an external legal opinion was sought from council to determine the municipality's position in this regard. Point 5, that in terms of the opinion obtained, the following is applicable. That unless the developer is able to fully comply with the conditions of approval in terms of Council Resolution TT 6909/2015, and the applicable bylaw, the legal position remains that the developer rights on the subject property will lapse on 30 September 2025. That the new developer will be informed in writing that unless the conditions of approval in terms of the council resolution as previously stated and Section 17 of the Mossel Bay Municipality Bylaw on municipal land use planning be complied with prior to 30 September 2025, the development rights on the property will lapse, and any future development on the property will require a new land use application in terms of Section 15 of the Mossel Bay Municipality bylaw on land use planning. Point 6, that the opinion be accepted and implemented, and that if necessary, the municipal manager or his delegate be authorized to institute or defend any legal action resulting from this decision. I so propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you indeed. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, there is a second item.
Alderman Talamain seconding, opening up for questions. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can we just get an idea? I'm trying to, in my mind's eye, see where that property is now. Thank you.
Mr. Prince, can you please assist?
Speaker, thank you. Yes, it's on your way to Glentana, near Pinar Strand on your left hand, and on the right hand side to Morrison Road.
Indeed, thank you very much. Covered, Councillor Gous. Councillor Buddha.
Just a vision of a group housing. I want just to know whether it look like mountain view of N2 Gateway, what it look like, group housing.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha.
It will be mostly, I believe, maybe Director Venter can answer, give more information, but I think it will be mostly townhouses, Councillor.
Flats. Director Venter, can you please assist? Thank you so much.
Speaker, yes, correct. The current rights on the property that is still in place for the next couple of months as presented is that of a residential zone 1 of a group housing, which is basically our understanding, or if we visualize it, is typical town housing type of developments. But it can also be in a different format, but I think that's the easiest to explain.
Indeed, thank you very much for that clarity. Is there any other questions?
Speaker, sorry, apologies. Just to add to that, if you look on the first page of the motion, you can see what the original application was. It's 29 group housing urban, and then 3 residential flats and private open space and private road. So it's quite a big development.
Under point 3, those 4 bullets. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Is there any objections? Agreed to. Thank you very much. The item does carries unanimously. Council Whip, 2 more items you have indicated from your side.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's proposed that these 2 items be considered in closed session. In terms of Rule 34, all members of the public, media and staff will be excused with the exception of the municipal manager, senior manager legal services, and the legal advisor, Mrs. Smith. And the purpose that the item be considered in closed session without the presence of the public, media and staff, with the exception of those people mentioned, is due to the following reasons. The sensitivity of the item, taking into consideration the rule of natural justice, privacy of the involved parties, and that the disciplinary proceedings still need to be concluded. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I have a seconder, please?
I will second, Madam Speaker.
Just one correction there.
And that Mr. Engelbrecht also be included. I'm amending my proposal. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much indeed. The head of
second.
HR. Can I please have a seconder?
I second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alderman Furness. Mr. Prince?
Speaker, can I just request that these 2 items be dealt with at the end of the agenda? We've got 2 more items as well regarding feedback on litigation. And then I would also like just to request that Mr. Oosthuizen be given the opportunity to first represent some feedback with regard to Stone Trade Trust, as he's been sitting outside now for more than an hour.
Okay, thank you. If I understand you then correct, we've come to the end of the open council agenda, and we then will move into in committee immediately. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the for the minutes.
Yeah, they normally say for the 2 items that we excuse them.
Thank you to the members of the public. It is much appreciated. Thanks for joining, those virtually and those in the gallery, and also to our sign language interpreter as well as our language interpreter. Our directors can remain behind. Thank you very much. We will then excuse the rest of the staff. And the media, thank you to our media representative.
Dis die minutes, nee, en dan hy net daai twee laat hy